So good afternoon. It is 12:07 p.m. Today is May the 6th, 2025. This is the joint meeting with Eagle County, and I get to hear myself talk.
Not anymore.
Do you like that, Jeffrey?
Very formal here.
So this is a working lunch with Eagle County. I will spare us going around the room, or would we like to go around the room?
Oh, yeah, so the public knows.
We'd like to go around the room. We're going to start with Regina and go.
Kelly's online.
We're going to start with Regina and go counterclockwise on introductions.
Oh, there's Kelly.
Sounds great.
Hello, I am Regina O'Brien. I'm assistant to the county manager at Eagle County, and former Eagle County clerk took on this role about 4 months ago, and it's been great. So very thrilled to be here. Thank you.
Welcome.
And I'm Tom Boyd. I'm the newest Eagle County Commissioner. Was sworn in January 14th. I'm a lifelong Eagle River Valley native, and for this audience, I will say my dad was a ski patrolman at Aspen Highlands in the 1950s. He worked at the Red Onion in 1957 and onward. He was recruited to a new ski area in 1963 called Vail, and that's why I was born and raised there. So lots of ties and connections to this great county you have over here. Thanks for having us today.
Likewise.
I didn't know we were doing local bona fides. So I'm Matt Scher. I've been a county commissioner in Eagle for 6 years and only broke my leg this year, so I've not been a local for the 25 years that I've lived in the county. But this has been my year, so I'm finally a local.
And his office crutches. I'm Patty Clapper, a member of the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners. I've been a commissioner for 23 years. I'm retiring in a year and countdown. So welcome. So good to see you guys over here. Especially to see Jeff, who I've known for 20 more, forever, it seems. Yeah, it is. And we used to make many trips to Northwest COG meetings all over the region, and it was always fun, and it's so good to see you guys over here.
I'm Greg Postman, Pickens County Commissioner, and really grateful that you all came over. It's good to see you all.
Jeannie, I'm going to go to you next.
Oh, all right. Jeannie McQueenie. I am the chair of the Eagle County Commission this year. We rotate the chair position. It's not elected, you know. Comes with no extra. I don't know.
I voted for you.
I'm just noticing Kelly has some slippers under her seat here. I'm like, wow, that's pretty snazzy. But, you know, we started doing these joint meetings with each of our towns, and then we expanded out to the neighboring commissions as well in the counties. And so really happy to visit with you all. I sit on a couple of committees with some of you. We've only met skiing so far. So it's lovely to be here. Thanks. Thanks for lunch.
I'm Francie Jacober, really happy to have you guys here. And I was in Vail. I grew up in Cincinnati, but my dad sent me and my stepsisters and my sister to Vail the first 3 years it was open.
All right.
Way back. We stayed in the clock tower. And so I knew Vail back in the day.
Cool.
And,
Cool.
wasn't a very good skier when I first went there.
Jeff Schroll, Eagle County Manager. I'm John's little brother.
It's nice you didn't say younger brother.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I almost did, but I actually think I'm older. So.
John Peacock, Pickens County Manager.
So Abby.
Abby Cheney. I'll be helping out with the IT for this meeting.
Kara.
Kara Silvernagle. I'm the Deputy County Manager here at Pickens County. It's nice to meet some of you.
Does the front row want to introduce themselves?
Sure. Hi, everyone. I'm Brittany.
You gotta speak it.
Oh, okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Brittany Parker. Does this work?
You're on.
Oh, okay.
It works for
Oh,
grassroots.
gotcha. Okay. I'm the Conservation Project Manager for the Open Space and Natural Resources Department at Eagle County. Happy to be here.
Likewise.
And Gary Tenenbaum. I'm the director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails, and I know you all and really enjoy working with Eagle County.
And we've also got Ryan Neely and Alex,
Oh, close.
and Alex Bruschetta in the sheriff's office in the back row. So thank you all for joining us.
Jeffrey, you got Kelly online.
And sorry, and Kelly McNicholas Curry is the chair, and she is like Jeannie, serving her year on the road, it looks like.
Yeah, thank you for cheering today, Jeffrey, and I'm sorry to miss you all. I'm on a family vacation in Florida right now, but I wanted to join this time with you since we only get together occasionally, and it's wonderful to have you all join us from Eagle, so thank you.
And she survived a week of Disney World.
I was gonna say, where's your ears? Maybe that's just the top of it. I can't see.
Yeah, Disney was wonderful, and thankfully I don't look as burnt on camera as I feel right now.
So, just setting the stage, any expectations from Eagle, anything we didn't cover in the agenda? Matt and I had the opportunity to work a youth climate summit on Saturday in Carbondale, where he expressed an interest in sort of what is the next joint venture, I guess, between Eagle and Pitkin, I think was one of the.
Yeah, we just brought up that we had always talked about regionalism, and especially when it comes to climate and things, we've talked about that quite a bit, and now it seems to be happening with our nonprofits, and we're like, yeah, let's make sure we keep that alive at our political level as well.
So I thought that was an important way to frame the next conversation, which is about conservation and Three Meadows. I don't know if I'm turning it over to Brittany and Gary. You guys are you're on the agenda.
Come on down. I'll bring an extra chair.
Well, this is the first time we're all in the same room, and to me, this is usually we like to celebrate these things, and we need to celebrate these things because for me, today is actually my anniversary, 23 years with Pitkin County today.
Wow.
And thank you. That's not what I was trying to get.
Aged a bit.
No, I wasn't trying to get that. What I was trying to get to was the fact that the partnership that was created to purchase Three Meadows Ranch and to be able to do the landscape scale project that we were able to do together, and you guys didn't meet in person, you guys didn't do it in person, and you guys all believed in it and were passionate about the fact that this is such an important piece of property and that Pitkin County realized it's in our valley and it's so critical. Eagle County realized that it's in Eagle County and how critical it is to be able to preserve something so large that, in the 23 years I've been here, that was the greatest partnership that we've put together between different counties and everything else. And we've done a lot of projects. If you look back at Smuggler Mountain with the city of Aspen, nothing that big. And your staff has been phenomenal. AVLT has been phenomenal. And we are now working together on trying to create a three-way partnership on how to manage this property. And it's working out really well because every organization has specialists. And how do we get those specialists up on the land to kind of figure out what we just bought? Because this was the first property that I've been involved in that I never stepped foot on before we bought this. A lot of people didn't step foot on it. You flew over it. Some of you guys flew over it, but no one stepped foot on it. So, I did. Well, yeah.
And you forgot to invite the rest of us to go for a flight.
No, that was a long time ago with Bill Joy, but it's awesome that we've been able to do this, and I think everyone should I'm really appreciative that you guys had the vision and the guts to just go, yes, we're gonna buy this. It's a lot of money. You guys Eagle put 12.5 million, Pitkin put 7.7, and AVLT got a donation for 7.5. It's a lot of money to put together so quickly with trusting us as staff and trusting the community overall. So I really appreciate that, and I think you guys should celebrate it, and I really thank you for that vision. So.
Jeffrey, can I just?
Sorry.
Sorry, Brittany and then Francie.
Sure. Well,
Putting you on the spot.
Yeah.
You can go to Francie and come back.
No, it's okay. Carrie really said it all. I think, this is a time where there's a lot of divisiveness, and it's just really great to see such a collaboration between counties and able to like look beyond county boundaries and acknowledge that we're all connected. We operate and enjoy these connected landscapes, and it's important for us to work together, and just the ability for all of these partners to get together and make this happen at the pace in which we did is pretty incredible. And Gary mentioned his time here. I'm still in my first year with the county, so to participate in something like this, be a part of it, has been an amazing experience, an amazing learning experience. And working with Pitkin staff and AVLT, I've just learned so much, and it's just been it's been great. And now the real work is beginning on just figuring out what we're going to do with this big project. So yeah, thanks everyone who was involved and all the commissioners that made this possible.
Thank you. Francie.
I just wanted to recognize Abigail Wexner, who is the donor to AVLT, because this is the first time that she has acknowledged her philanthropy, and it was a big deal. And she's an incredible wildlife philanthropist, and the family has not had the best reputation over the years, her husband. And so for her to get credit for this, I think is really important. And it gives her a chance to be who she is. And it was a really important part of this purchase. So I just wanted to recognize that.
Thanks, Frank.
She's my next door neighbor, by the way. My property actually abuts the Wexner property in an odd way. Anyway.
So the only question I have left is, how do we get everybody to go out on this property together so we can actually celebrate the fact that we bought this? So I just want to put it out there. I know trying to schedule these things is excruciatingly painful, but it would be awesome if we could find a way sometime this summer to get the commissioners together on the property and just go, because the scale is so huge. I mean, I took a 2-mile hike on the property and I still had 3 to go. And it's just, the scale is so huge. But if we could get to a spot, maybe towards the top of Cottonwood Pass, so we all come the same distance and we go to where the reservoir is and those really cool cabins up there, that I think if we can make that happen, I think, and I look at John and Jeff, the brothers over there, to try to help us find a time to do it, because I don't want to let it go too far.
Camp out? I'm in.
I mean, honestly, that's totally an option.
We have to carry you, or
Yeah,
He's moving well now.
Yeah, no, I mean, honestly, that is an option too, that we could spend a night out there. There's cabins, and so that is totally an option.
And Brian and Emily are moving out there?
Brian and Emily have moved into the lower house down below. Yes, so we do have a caretaker on the property. Brian Hightower works for AVLT.
Oh.
And so Emily Hightower, his wife, used to be the caretaker for Rock Bottom Ranch back in the day. So it's been great. We've been able to get them on the property. Brian still works for AVLT, and if Suzanne was here, is like, Brian is not doing a lot of work for us on that ranch, but Emily is, and they're doing it in exchange for rent. And so far they're up there and they're doing a great job. They already got it really pretty. So
It's directional. Is
Yeah.
that the larger house that had the pipe break earlier?
yeah, well, the house didn't have a pipe break, but the barn next door had the pipe break.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's getting all fixed as we do it now. And I give your attorneys and our attorneys and AVLT's attorney a lot of credit for figuring out how to get enough money to fix that, and we're going to do it within that budget. So it's all going to work out just fine.
So Greg.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Gary, and I'm sure there's no answer to this question, but how many people do you think were actually involved in such a short time to make this happen? I think I counted, I was approaching 50 people between both counties and ALT. And I just want to make sure we acknowledge everyone who burned the midnight oil. I know Rye worked on this through days and days and got it done, and I'm sure your attorneys as well.
Jeannie read it all before she signed it.
Jeannie, yeah.
I know.
Good
No,
job,
it-
like down
it
to the
was
wire.
awesome.
Down there
Way
we
to
got
go
it.
there.
Yeah,
Little
no, I
drama
mean,
there for
honestly,
us.
that the attorneys and Gideon too, Abigail paid for Gideon's time. So Gideon Kaufman was the attorney for AVLT representing that, but also Jessica J. I was, trying to count in my head, but 50 plus would be good because it's insane how much went into buying this property. But the beauty is we all have the expertise to do it. So we just put our minds to it. And as soon as, I think one of the things is once you guys all said, do it, when the commissioner said do it and how it was unanimous, staff was like, for us, it's a passion. And so, yes, it's great to thank us, but we love this.
I want to make sure we recognize Dale also. Dale's not here with us right now, but.
He might be listening on
Hopefully,
TV. I
he is,
told
yeah.
him. So,
But,
yeah.
and there's so many others. EcoFlight, others, yeah.
Well, let's recognize Kathy Chandler Henry too, my predecessor, because I got to jump in at the end for the celebratory part, and I would like to be there for the camp out. But let's not forget to invite Kathy and
Yeah,
thank
got
her
it.
as well. I'm sure she's at home listening right now.
Great. Hi, Kathy. Miss you.
And I love this part of the meeting because it's the best part of the meetings. You guys get to talk about the rest. Oh, I have to be here for the Forest Service stuff. Oh, yeah.
Thanks, Gary.
Well, it's a passion for me too, Gary. Somebody asked me the other day, what's my favorite part of being a commissioner? And that was definitely land conservation.
Well, I just want to respond to, this is complicated. We both Eagle County and Picken County have amazing administrative assistants. They can pull it off. They will get everyone's calendars and they will find a time. I don't know if they'll be able to pull off a sleepover, but
Barbecue.
they will be able to find a
they can do
time and
Pool
we'll
party.
be able to get there all together and have some champagne.
That'd be great.
Oh, yeah.
That would be great.
Excellent. Anything else for Gary and Brittany?
Thank Marcia also.
Yes.
She just got back from Mexico.
Oh,
So she couldn't be here today.
Cool. Well, thank you. And
Likewise.
well, the goal next is we have set up all these teams, and I give Britt a ton of credit. She is the most organized person ever. She has Google Docs of everything that we do, and it's great because trying to coordinate 3 different entities to do the management, the wildlife studies, everything that we're doing this summer. Well, we will keep you guys updated on where we're at with it all, because there's a lot of work to be done over the next 3 years to really figure out the next steps for this property. So, cool.
Thank
Thank
you,
you.
Gary. Thank you, Brittany.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Abby,
Come
quick
over there.
question. Any chance that we're enjoying watching PBS Kids on this screen? But any chance we could watch the meeting?
Sorry, what do you mean?
So we're watching PBS Kids over here?
An ad for them anyway.
I was wondering
Sorry,
why
should I
you're
not have
paying so
changed
much
that?
attention, Jeffrey. In this,
It's like, I want to switch to Nickelodeon. So I'm assuming there's a presentation for the Aspen Airport, so I figured we might want to see it. So John, are you running the ASE and SAF update?
I'll start it off, and
Thank you. Sorry, Abby.
Jeff just left, so I'll talk about him for a second. But, yeah, so we just wanted to update you all on a couple of
Picture
things.
is.
First, in the spirit of partnership that we just talked about, we continue to explore innovation in aeronautics together, and specifically, we're going to talk a little bit about sustainable aviation fuels. And then we also want to just talk at a high level about redevelopment of our airport, because that has a strong likelihood of impacting you all, down the line here. Just starting off with sustainable aviation fuel, we've got a feasibility study going on. I just want to recognize Jeff's leadership and Eagle County's leadership in this. I think Jeff came to us a while back and said, "Hey, I'm looking at this this project of doing municipal waste to sustainable aviation fuel." We promptly thought he was crazy, and it took him several months to convince us to really come to the table and look at it. And acknowledge you all are ahead. I'll be interested in hearing a little bit where you all are there. But out of those conversations, we had a what if and a yes and kind of conversation. So gosh, if you can do municipal waste, are there other sources that we may want to look at scaling up? Because municipal waste can only cover so much of the demand of not only our airports, but other Western Slope airports. And, what if we could identify additional streams for sustainable aviation fuel and really build out a project that meets our long-term needs in a more substantial way on all of the Western Slope. And Jeff was like, yeah, let's start talking. And as we got into that, turns out we talked to a number of other counties, and they became interested, and we developed a partnership. I don't know why I put them in this order, but I did. But we have Mesa County. After Eagle County, Mesa County is the first county we talked to because they've got infrastructure. If we were going to do a larger scale kind of refining, they've got infrastructure for it. Delta became really interested because they have potential feedstock, a lot more agriculture going on. We're interested in it because of our community's demand that we become more sustainable and address greenhouse gases. And so we jointly issued an RFP. We did that through Pickens County. And ended up, and we did it that way because I am the appeal agency, and I didn't have to review all the RFPs, but Jeff did. And so we did select a consultant, and we're in the first phase right now of simulating the different pathways. There's this gets way smarter than I am very quickly, but there are a number of different methods for producing sustainable aviation fuel from different feedstocks. They're assessing those both certification paths and different technologies. They're looking at the various feedstocks, including the municipal waste, which Eagle County is leading on. We can't wait to see that first project. But looking at agricultural and other type of feedstock that would be available and what processes are most feasible to process those into sustainable aviation fuel. And then looking at the logistics and finally looking at what are the financial models of this? Is this something that could actually work and we could float and potentially have a refinery and production facility on the western slope of Colorado, which would be the first in Colorado and only one of a handful in the U.S. Jointly, we were able to get a grant from Department of Local Affairs to fund this feasibility study. Each entity stepped up with a match to make that happen, and we've been active. So we're anticipating that the feasibility study will be complete the third quarter of this year. We're giving a little bit of flex time depending on how responsive all the different entities and the different counties might be to providing information and such. But really just, I think, another example of a great partnership and us working together to try and solve not only a gnarly problem locally, but internationally. Now, Jeff, if there's anything you want to add or...
I think some of the other feedstocks they're looking at, and I think just by comparison, Eagle County sells about 7 million gallons of Jet A fuel, and I think you guys are a little bit ahead of that with about 9 million gallons of Jet A fuel out of ASE. And the MSW project that we're continuing to work on at our landfill, where they would convert MSW to SAF, it really is only going to produce about 2.5 million gallons. That's off of 90 tons of MSW a day is what Eagle County takes in. Wow. And so there's a gap there. There's a big gap there. And so this, to John's point, this yes and really makes some sense because, this isn't going to fulfill the need not only for our airport, but it likely means that you wouldn't have enough SAF out of your own landfill if you did the same thing in the future. So I think looking at it a little bit more globally of other feedstocks to get maybe I think they're looking at something like a 10 million gallon a refinery to, with some eager customers such as Pitkin, Eagle, Walker Field, and Grand Junction, and Montrose in particular. Routt County's expressed a little bit of interest in kind of like, we're going to watch what you guys do first, and but Steamboat's Airport, I think, would be interested in this, and so beetle kill timber, I think, is something that's on the, that Mesa and Delta don't have, but we tend to have a little bit more over on our side of the fence, and that's an opportunity. And John mentioned some of the agricultural stuff that we don't have as much of, and that's available in Mesa and Delta County. So yeah, more to come. I think it's certainly exciting. Just by way of update, we're in the negotiations of an LOI. It's a non-binding LOI. It's interesting how it's a non-binding LOI, but man, do we wordsmith those things to death back and forth. It's
What's an LOI?
Letter of intent.
Thank you.
And so I think we're going to have that done here fairly in short order, and then we would move into. They would submit some land use stuff for special use permits at our landfill, and then that would move into a lease operation. So it's moving slower than I would like for it to, but I think this is pretty cutting edge. And the folks that we're using, they've done these kinds of productions for the Department of Defense back in the Gulf War days, where they just take the same piece of equipment and kick it out of the back of a C-130 and use trash generated on the Army base to provide power for just that base. And it's very mobile. They can pick it up and move it and do something else. And so they've not done a commercial application like this with people trash. So we're eager to see kind of what that's going to look like. And there's a lot of details. It's very, very complex too. Not everything that comes into our landfill is usable in this neck of the woods. So I have to give it all to you, and then you have to give me back some, and I have to figure out what to do it. So it's, there's a lot of handling. We're trying to figure that out. So, but I think it's a great West Slope project that I think, if all said and done, I think we would be leading the country in something along these lines. So it's a great partnership.
Questions for John or Jeff?
I just want
Patty?
to add something to the conversation. And you were there, saw me in action at the NACO meeting, but trying to create a process in which we can use revenues generated on our airports for a plant such as this that's off airport. There is a way you can use that now with a very, very tight nexus between how much of that actually comes back to your airport. It's very, very intricate, but and it would change. It would have to, be adjusted within the FAA law, which doesn't come up again for a couple years, but we're in the process now. I'm still trying to move it forward with the policy group on transportation with NACO, so that we can hopefully use some of our revenues to put this into reality.
That would help.
Francie?
I just wanted to thank you, Jeff, for your innovation on this. Anything that we can keep out of our landfill and convert to something usable is amazing. So it's really great. Thank you so much.
As they fly out of town, you can go, there goes my trash.
Excellent.
Also takes a few diesel trucks off the highway from California bringing that fuel in now.
Yeah, it's very true.
There's so much I could have talked about with redevelopment of our airport, but I'm just gonna kind of try and stick to general scope and timeline. To make it easy, we're gonna rebuild the whole thing all at once. Our FBO, our runway, terminal, and likely our airport operations center. And so it's a pretty massive.
And a multimodal transportation.
A multimodal transportation facility. It's a pretty significant project. It's driven largely by our airfield has not been in compliance with FAA standards for the group airport that we are, and the FAA has said, well, multiple decades of temporary is long enough, and you have to actually meet the full design standards if you can. And we've gone through a really robust community discussion around it. We had 2 ballot questions on the last ballot. The prevailing question was strongly in support of leaving control of the board to move the project forward under the guidance as previously provided by the community. Our runway would be a full rebuild, and so Right now, we've got kind of our runway and terminal projects are the major ones that we're looking at. We are in the procurement process, and I will apologize because I'm going to leave this meeting early because we're actually interviewing firms today for design and engineering on the airport, so we can keep to this timeline. But we're looking at really getting through the procurement and contracting processes within the third quarter of this year, with design and engineering really starting up towards the end of the third quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter. Runway is going to be a much shorter design time frame because it's not as complicated and won't have as much community input. It's more of an engineering exercise than how do we want this facility to represent our community. The piece that I think our Eagle County partners are going to be interested in is if we keep to this timeline right now, we anticipate that our airport will be fully shut down from Q2 2027 through the end of the year. So we're anticipating about a 9-month closure. We've got a lot of commercial traffic that comes into our airport. That demand, we believe, is going to remain in the community, and so we anticipate that there will be demands put. There's going to be more people wanting to fly into Eagle and maybe having shuttles over, whatever it is, more coming into Grand Junction up here, maybe more rubber tires from Denver. And so, I think we're going to need to coordinate with our airline partners as well as with each other during that time to see how we minimize those impacts to you all, because it's a lot of traffic to absorb. And how do we maybe cooperate a little bit on transportation aspects and such, so it's not all rental cars or what have you. So a lot more to come on that as we get into our design processes and see if we stick to this, but be happy to answer any questions.
Greg. First off, so you're thinking Q4 of '26 would be when construction begins, hopefully, and then take the Q1 off because it's dead of winter. Is that the idea? And then pick it up again?
So the Q4 is going to be mobilization largely, and this is a pretty busy season for us. So what we'd be looking at is mobilization that does not involve airport closure at that point. That Q1's a terrible time to try and dig in the ground and build. And so we'd be looking at Q2 through Q4. Plus, we do not want to close that Q1 as our busiest quarter for travel. So we wanted to avoid a closure for our local businesses.
And then if I could follow up, please. The other follow-up is, given the uncertainty of federal funding, we don't really know how this could shift, I suppose. How do you address that question?
Can we have an easier question, please? No.
The federal funding question or the shift question?
These are going to be policy questions. They're going to come back to you as a board and us as a community. If we are doing a lot of sensitivity analysis that we'll be presenting to you all and be presenting publicly. Right now on the 21st, I understand it may shift a day or so. I think that's a discussion you all are going to have a little bit later on today. But these are exactly types of questions. How do we prioritize? How do we manage the risk of tariff impacts by where we source materials and those sorts of things? These are the conversations we're going to be having. And so we do have, we've done a lot of sensitivity analysis, Greg, and we'll be bringing what we think the different options are up to go and no-go decisions on the project.
Great, thank you.
So I'm curious, you said you're working with the airlines, and so I assume this affects both your commercial airlines and your private jets coming in, but for the commercial, do you think that they'll be interested in doing some sort of shuttle bus sort of situation so that, you know, we don't have a whole bunch, well, not that we would mind if everyone stayed over and, you know. But if their vacation rental is here in Picken County somewhere, do you think they'll look at that kind of situation, so we're not just adding
Those are types of discussions that we want to have, and we want to have with you, because those will be logistics issues. We're not there yet in our planning to be able to have those in a intelligent way just yet, but we're anticipating that those are types of conversations we're going to have. Yeah. And if everyone does stay over on your side, you all should ski over here more, because the lift lines are going to be outstanding.
If I can add, I just want to say, my kids still talk about when the runway was redone in Eagle, and they had a day where they had a run on the runway, and my kids still talk about it. So you got to put that on your calendar. Yeah, you get to run the length of the runway and back.
That's awesome.
It's
Longer
really,
than you can imagine.
It is, and it's more of a hill than you think it is too. So it's really it's something for the community to look forward to.
Jeffrey, when we reopened the runway, the last time we had a major closure, we opened it, it was done a day early, and so we planned a community event. And so many people came out. It was a beautiful sunny day in the morning, and we had music, and we had food, and we had games, and then the wind came up. We had kites. We had people on skateboards with sails, and people did not know the steepness, because they'd ride their bike down the runway, and then they'd have to ride their bike back or skateboard back. And they couldn't believe they got to go through TSA with nobody there. They rode their bikes. I mean, it was amazing. Then the weather turned to rain, so we had people out there with rain. Then it snowed all in the same day, and we kept having to reorder food because people kept showing up, and it was awesome. So I know your kids, but we did that, and it was, so hopefully when we're done with this major project, we will have a day early where we can do another celebration, and we will invite you for sharing the pain with us as we went through the process, and the glory at the end of the day.
Appreciate the update.
Questions for
Thanks.
John or Jeff, SAF or airport? Gary Tannenbaum, you're back up.
I'm leaving this to John, this one, Forest Service stuff. I'm after that. I want to see what John said.
Yeah, no.
Day too.
So, and, you know, just, and I think this is more a discussion for both counties, to be honest. You know, the speed with which cuts have occurred, you know, has probably left a lot of us wondering how this summer is going to go. From a number of perspectives. I know internally what we've been talking about is kind of three buckets here, which is, gosh, what gaps might be left from a public safety perspective? What gaps might be left from a resource protection perspective? What gaps might be left from a visitor or user experience perspective? And trying to understand that, and frankly, it's a moving target right now, because we don't know how the cuts are going to continue to impact the agencies, although I think we're getting more and more certain of that. For Picken County, what we've looked at the staff level, and we still have to have this plan come back to the board in a public meeting, but we've taken some initial steps, is we've looked at, gosh, when it comes to public safety, we want to be sure that we're filling some of those gaps, and I'll talk about how we're doing that in a second. And also to some degree resource protection, although that probably starts to get into a gray area. And from staff's perspective, and this may not be shared by the board, and so we may be directed otherwise, is when it comes to customer, you know, the experience, they're saying that's probably a gap we're not going to be able to to fill, and the public needs to understand the impacts of these decisions that are being made by our federal land managers. Again, that has not been a board position that's been taken. I'll be really clear, that's the staff discussion. And so
We're teaching ours just to say no.
you are so much smarter than I am. So, to fill some of the gaps, particularly with the loss of some of our backcountry temps and rangers through the sheriff's department, and we have our deputy. Why did I just lose your undersheriff? I was going to say deputy. I have deputy sheriff. I was like, well, that's not it. Undersheriff with us. Sorry, Alex. Through the sheriff's department, we've actually posted 2 temp positions for this summer. They're basically backcountry community officers.
Yeah, thanks, John. Alex Burchetta, Undersheriff, the Pickens County Sheriff's Office. So we've had a number of discussions about this, and as John said, we're trying to fill some gaps. From our standpoint, we really want to ensure that we have someone that is recognizable in the backcountry in a uniform and a marked vehicle, recognizing that there will be some staff shortages out there in the national forest. So through John and other staff members, we've worked on developing and posting these 2 full-time seasonal, backcountry community response officer positions. They are essentially not peace officers, so they're not law enforcement, but they have a limited scope of enforcement, and they really fill that gap. 40 hours a week, times of the day yet to be determined, actual areas of patrol yet to be determined, but they'll be out there visible, helping out our citizens and our visitors, and ensuring that those individuals in the backcountry have a connection back to the 911 system. A lot of phones and devices, GPS and satellite devices can bridge that gap, but a number of our search and rescues throughout the summer come up from that direct contact between someone on the trail that sees someone with a sprained ankle or whatever the situation may be, and is able to get that individual help. We feel there'll be a missing piece there this summer, so we're trying to fill that gap.
Will they have any enforcement capabilities?
They'll have some limited enforcement capabilities specific to animal code and the Title 18, the criminal code for the state, but also some county enforcement, county ordinance enforcement.
And you do have an IGA with the Fire Service?
Yes, we do.
They're not post-certified, but you guys will supply the vehicles, and then they'll have same radios you all have.
Correct. Yep. So they'll be deputies. They'll be deputized by the sheriff. So they'll have the scope and authority that comes along with that, and they will be fully uniformed. Depending on the skill set that comes, that they bring to the position, they may potentially be armed. We're able to arm those individuals from a safety standpoint and put them through a 40-hour firearms course. They'll have arrest control and defensive tactics training. So we'll give them all the skills and the experience that they'll need to be successful in the backcountry. And we hope that the candidates that we have will also bring some of their own, prior backcountry experience and knowledge of the trail systems to the position.
I have a question. So I think one of the key things in talking with John very briefly about this was, one of our big fears this year, as it has been for many years, is wildfire. So they will also be boots on the ground as far as making sure that any illegal or legal campfires are put out properly. And, any things that are barring trails, like a tree fell over on a bike, a frequently used bike trail in the backcountry is cleared. So that's part of the public safety, but I think that's key. And it is just an interim effort on, I believe, our part till we can get the Forest Service back on board with what they need to be doing.
These are temporary positions, yeah. And we'll be bringing, I know, Gary, you've been in touch with our partners and the municipalities and the Forest Service too. There's some additional coordination, I think, happening there.
There's, it's been great. Our municipal partners, the city of Aspen's going to help cover, if you guys know about our North Star paddleboard experience. We were, like you guys, you do a front country ranger program with the thing. We do something a little different. It's a partnership agreement with Capacity, where the county actually funds positions with the Forest Service. We have 2 full-time positions, and we have 2 full-time year-round positions and 1 summer seasonal. The summer seasonal person was a probationary employee that was fired. And so that position, even though it's paid for by us, is no longer going to happen this summer. So the good thing is we do have the City of Aspen Rangers stepping up to help us with North Star. The reality is there's potentially going to be some gaps. The deputies are going to help some of those gaps. A lot of the nonprofit organizations like Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, Wilderness Workshop, Independence Past Foundation, they're starting to reconvene this thing we used to have called the Future Forest Roundtable, and that's coming tomorrow. I talked to Britt, and to make sure Britt and Marcia are aware of it, because they're trying to just bring together a lot of resources, because the reality is this is just the first salvo on cuts, and I like Patty's optimism that the Forest Service is going to get back on track.
We're working on it.
I think we need to start planning now for next year, because you're going to hear about it in just a little bit, the maroon bells. There are so many pieces of the puzzle that are just not going to happen this year. We're going to learn a lot. There's potentially going to be some issues that the county, between the rangers and the deputies and everybody, that might have to step up and do a little bit, because our goal is to make sure there's no resource impact. And because if you damage a resource, it takes a really long time to get that back. And the good thing is we have a lot of nonprofit partners like Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers that we need to figure out a way to coordinate not only an education campaign. One of our Janet Urquhart came up with this thing, and Tom heard it when I talked to Hickenlooper about it, was trying to do an education campaign together, between Summit, Eagle, and Pickin, and all our things. It's like Smokey the Bear's been fired, and so give a hoot, don't pollute, only you can prevent fires. And so we just need to do that on a larger scale to get the information out there. But we also have to start thinking about how we're going to protect the resource going forward. I mean, really, how are we going to protect that resource? And, we can't just do stopgap measures. This is an awesome way to do it for this year, because there's so many things, but is this going to be every year? And how are we going to fund it? How are we going to make it happen? And I think this is one of those things that I think having these joint meetings are going to be critical, because I think we're going to have to do it on a larger scale, not just because we're all part of the White River National Forest. And so it's going to be really important for Eagle, and then potentially getting Summit involved too, on how to move forward with this, because I don't see this getting better next year. We're all about to go into our budget for 2026, so you can't just say, hey, what's going to happen this summer and it's all going to get better. It's not. I don't see that, and I'm usually a very optimistic person, but I don't see that, and I just want to make sure everyone's prepared for that.
So Greg, and then Patty, and then Jeff.
Great, thank you. I thank you for bringing up all the volunteer organizations, the nonprofits that have a stake in this. It is such a valuable resource. It's why so many of us are here. Our economy depends upon it in a huge way, and we must take care of it. So the one group you didn't mention are the people I always see at the Maroon Bells, which is the Forest Conservancy, where the volunteers were they part of that as well. Okay, just wanted
Sorry, I
to
couldn't name
make
them
sure.
all.
Yeah, but I really support reaching out to them, and I'm also concerned that we're doing some gap filling now as needed. If it comes up in the next summer season that you need more, I want you to certainly encourage you to make sure we know that and come to us, because it's possible. Adding 2 people just isn't going to do it. And so a lot of volunteers involved, everybody stepping up. If there's something else we need to do, I would like to know about it, because this is super high priority.
Well, and I think that's why I'm trying to tell you guys now, because it's coming. And, it's really going to be a question for the community and you as the leaders of this community. Are you ready to fund something that the federal government used to fund? And that's just going to be a huge question going forward. But these are critically important pieces of our puzzle. I mean, I heard from the Vail Valley Partnership that day when I was talking with them. I mean, these are enormous, economic drivers between Independence Pass, Maroon Bells, all these trailheads, all the trailheads on the Eagle side too. And I just feel like we're gonna have to step up if we want to protect the resource and protect this economic thing. But it's a big question, because it's taking over the responsibility that used to come from the federal government. So it's a big issue, and I think it's an issue that's coming. And I just wanted to warn you, because we're going to come, and we're going to try to come to you with, options, and it's not an easy decision.
Patty and then Jeff.
Yeah, what I was going to just say briefly is that the recent, last week's Northwest COG Economic Development Department summit, I couldn't remember, I keep going to call it symposium, summit, was Breckenridge's presentation of what their chamber does, which is pretty much in line with Aspen Chamber Resort Association, with the education and the pledging to, be part of it, not, when you're over here as a tourist or visitor, as far as tourism management. And so those are great opportunities for us to address the issue, John, outside of the public safety, but the guest experience. And I think we're leaning heavier. I know ACRA is stepping up to the plate.
They're part
a
of
little
this
more,
conversation too.
Yeah, so, and I know Breckenridge's presentation really focused a lot on that with management of their tourism issues over there. And I'm sure it's happening in Eagle County. So I think that's a great resource for us to have. But I think we also need to keep in mind that while we may be able to step it up ourselves this year and maybe next year, the long term needs to come back to the federal government. And we need to let them know that we can help bridge a little gap here. But as far as us bridging that gap for future years to come, it's really up to the feds to come back to this plate and play ball.
Well, that's why I want the elected officials to start,
Yeah.
because
Well,
you
and
guys
yeah,
have
I
a bigger
happen
voice
to be
than we do.
reading this.
So Jeff, please.
Yeah, Shred Act hopefully will go a long ways in solving that.
Yes, sir.
Alex, just back to you. I'm pretty intrigued by this whole thing because I think we heard from one of our ranchers at Hickenlooper's visit with us. There's one enforcement officer for the entire White River.
Right.
And I don't know if that person got fired.
Nope, he's here today.
Is he still? Okay.
He's in the county today.
That's good. That's good to hear. And I think the BLM's in the exact same boat, and I think we probably have a little bit more BLM property than Picken does. But I know the sheriff's authority per statutes is pretty vast. How much are you having to coordinate with the Forest Service and with an IGA? Or there? I mean, I know our deputies are not going to want to be on trailhead poop patrol and stuff like that. But I mean, those are some things that just go unenforced when the Forest Service doesn't have enough people on the grounds. But you already mentioned fires and speeding with off-road vehicles, driving them in wilderness areas. We're seeing a lot more of that, particularly on the flat tops area, just because there's no enforcement. There's nobody up there.
Yeah. It is a tremendously vast area to patrol, and to Greg's point, two additional people is not going to come close to touching it. We will coordinate, as we always do every summer, with our Forest Service law enforcement officer and the BLM to ensure that we're obviously not clumping, we're not patrolling the same area, but we're spreading out the resources. But it's important to note that our program will be highly targeted. Based on feedback from the Forest Service as to where they've seen, the priority areas. We know that Lincoln Creek on Sunday afternoons is a problem area because people are always leaving Lincoln Creek after they're going camping for the weekend. But their campfires might not be fully extinguished, and that's a huge problem for us. There are other areas like that throughout the wilderness in Pickens County that we will focus on, and we'll take that targeted approach. So it's not just kind of going around and driving around in their car up and down Maroon Creek Road for Maroon Bells, but it's going to be very targeted and highly coordinated with the Forest Service.
Jeff, Ree, could I add some?
Please.
Yeah. Listen, Eagle and Pickens counties, as you pointed out, this is a key aspect of our economics. But I really just want to underscore what Patty said, which is we need to make sure that as we backfill this, if that is indeed what we choose to do, that we never let go of that message that the federal government does need to come back and support and grow what is management of federal lands. This is ultimately a federal issue, and we need to keep working and just be a really loud voice in support of that. Not every county is going to have the bandwidth or the ability of the budgets to be able to do what we're doing. And not only that, but this is only one area where we're seeing some confusion and volatility from the federal level and even the state level. And so it's not just this one issue, but transportation and other areas where we are having to fill gaps. And so I think, number one, we need to be careful with our budgets and our approach and not just say, well, we got this covered, because the feds will just turn around and say, you don't need us. You've been covering this for 2 years, 4 years, 5 years, however long we have to do this. And it can be a trap, and we have to be careful. We have to be very, very vocal. And we have to do it on behalf of the counties that maybe don't even have that ability or have that budget. So for some of these counties, the idea is maybe that they have a different economic reason for wanting to have that federal support in terms of the Forest Service and any of the BLM and other land management agencies. They may not have ski areas on their federal lands, for example. They may have other reasons and economic reasons for wanting to see stronger support from the federal government. And so I just suggest that we work through the agencies like the National Association of Counties and CCI and with one another to make sure that county commissioners all throughout Colorado and really all throughout the West, where 90% of the public lands are, that we have a unified voice saying, return structure, grow the structure, and the scaffolding that's necessary to make sure that we have an economic benefit from our federal lands.
Thank you. I do want to add one. Sorry, Jeannie.
No, you
Jeannie,
can
you're
go.
up. No, you're good.
I wanted to add on to what Patty was talking about from the Economic Summit, because it is the Colorado Tourism Office. I had to look up but they have messaging, and we don't take part in it, but it's all about how to do it right. And so it's about being a tourist, but it says, do Breckenridge right, do the San Luis Valley right, and they have logos and they have ads, and they have little things you can put on your TV and things like that in terms of the same message over and over and over again. And if you could remember what she said in terms of how many times you actually need to hear a message, the same message.
I didn't hear it enough to remember it.
Before it really sinks in, but that's something that we can do in terms of, the tourists that come here, we want them to behave in a certain way, and this is how we do it here. And it was really about not shaming them, but it's like, here, let me show you how we do things here in Pitkin County.
Because you'll enjoy it more, and we'll enjoy having you more if we all do it together.
Right. So I just think that was
That's
one of
written
my
there, but
to-do
we should
lists,
write
is
that there.
to get onto this Colorado Tourism Office and see what
backcountry
stuff we
ethics.
could
Yeah.
borrow from them, because they're encouraging us to borrow it all.
Good idea.
So
Yeah,
that
it was great. It was a great part of this summit.
That was, so everyone looking for it online now, it's Jill Corbin's presentation at the Northwest Cog Economic Development Summit. She is our CTO, Chief Tourism Officer.
Hello.
Whoops, that's her now. While we're,
Kara, keep
Talk
pushing
about fire.
Just keep pushing him. Something will
Well,
stop.
I just wanted to throw out one.
I do want to put in a plug for Gary for tomorrow. There's a Public Lands and Water Forum on the 7th. It's 10:30 at the 3rd Street Center.
That's the Future Forest Roundtable that I was talking about. They're renaming it to that, but it's trying to reinvigorate. We used to have something where they could come together. So yes.
10:30 at the 3rd
So
Street.
10:30 at the 3rd Street Center. Convening will be the Independence Pass Foundation, the Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, Roaring Fork Conservancy, Aspen Center for Environmental Studies, and Wilderness Workshop. Included in the guest speakers is the former USFS Scott Fitzwilliams.
Yes. So Scott will talk, and our district ranger and deputy district ranger will be there too. They have to step out as soon as they say something, and it's just an interesting time.
So that.
So tomorrow, what the
Yeah, but
goal
who's
of
the
that?
deputy that's speaking?
So Jennifer Schuler
Okay,
and
okay.
Kevin Warner are also going to go, and just give the state of what's going on and try to have people just understand it. And the goal of tomorrow really is to just try to get that community conversation and,
Supposed to meet
and
Kevin tomorrow,
engage
I'm
our, because I'm going to speak too about what we're doing locally, but we need to engage the nonprofits because, you know, a lot of them do work on the federal lands and they have to, we
Is it
have to
open the
adapt.
public?
So it's,
What?
Is it open to the public?
Yep.
it's open to the public, and we're happy to share with Eagle as well. If you're not going to make it over, we'll share a Zoom link with you.
Super.
So we'd love for you to join us tomorrow.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I just
Join
wanted-
us, we're not putting it on though, we're just
We're
attending
not,
it.
we're just
listening.
We're just gonna, yeah, I mean, we were one of the founders of
just
the
show up,
original
I-
for,
think
the
if
goal of
somebody
this
go
group
away.
is not to have anyone be the ruler of the group. The group is really trying to get everybody together so we can actually have this conversation as a community.
Great.
So Greg, and then we're going to wrap up public lands.
Just want to ask Alex and Gary regarding other groups that may be involved. I was thinking, if we don't have eyes on the flat tops, do we at least have fire monitoring equipment like the AI cameras? And I was wondering, are the fire districts able to add any bandwidth to this? There's manpower. There aren't always fires. Don't know if they have any bandwidth at all, but I was just thinking human resources of people who actually know how to handle themselves in the backcountry around things like fire.
Sure.
Are they available? And then I was thinking mountain rescue as well. If
All great suggestions. We're kind of in a accelerated crawl, walk, run approach here, right? You know, we're making decisions without approval and posting, you know, so we're having these conversations as we're sort of, as John would say, building the airplane as we're kind of flying it, right? So, it's I don't know about the Pano AI detection system with regard to capabilities in the flat tops. I know within PIC and surrounding Eagle, I think it does have, there are some benefits there. I can find out for you. And then with regard to some of those conversations with the fire districts and mountain rescue and EMS partners, I've already spoken to Gabe Muthing with Aspen Ambulance, and we're floating an idea. And also I'm going to reach out at some point to the fire districts to see if we can partner together with these community response officers and a member or two of their departments to see if we can go out and do some sort of what we call severity patrol, so that if the person does come across, you know, a fire or a medical issue, we can kind of address it right then and there, as opposed to having to wait sometimes hours for resources to make it in the backcountry. So to be continued.
Thank you.
And I'll follow
Appreciate
up with
that.
you, of course.
Further questions for Alex or Gary before we move from public lands to public housing? Seeing none, thank you so much. Ashley Pearl, thank you.
Gentlemen?
Nice job, guys.
Thank you.
We're not talking public housing on public lands though, right, Jeffrey?
Not yet.
Sorry, Jeff. Apologies.
No worries.
And Ashley Pearl's joined us, and Jeff is going to lead off.
Hi, Jeff.
I'll do the quick Crown Mountain and then let Pearl take it. And John knows I like Kara better anyway, so.
Is she your sister?
We
She-
all do. Yeah, I think I'm older.
Does everyone want to take 2 minutes just to stand? I mean, I know we have 50 minutes left.
We can
Jeannie's
stand
just
anyway.
grabbing food. Do you need a 2-minute break?
I would do that. Yeah,
We're
I'm
doing
okay with
we're
that.
doing a
From the drive
2-minute
over.
break?
a 4-minute comfort break,
Sure, great.
and we'll be
do it.
back at 1:15.
Nice. Yeah, especially after the drive over.
Welcome back. It is May the 6th, about 1:20 p.m. This is a joint meeting with Eagle County. For those of you that can follow the dots online, we're on number 5 dot, which is the affordable housing, Pitkin County housing tax overview. And Jeff is going to lead off with the Crown Mountain Land Exchange status.
There's not a lot to report on this.
I'm in your tax district, so
I
I
think
paid for that part.
I think Pearl said it perfectly. I think we've all, between the two counties, been gaslit on this project for so many years. We dug really deep into whether or not we can do housing on the Eagle County owned portion of the property that we do not lease to Crown Mountain, and we just couldn't get there with the Forest Service attorneys, for that patent when we received the land. So I don't know that it's going anywhere. I don't know that either of us have relinquished our first right of refusals, and maybe we do, maybe we don't, or we just wait every 4 years and gaslight ourselves again into trying to buy it. But we have worked with the district, the Mid-Valley Metro District, and we run a new water line through the Forest Service property that's there now that they do have employee housing on. So they probably can add additional units to that particular piece. They would do location and extent through that section. We had to do that as per our obligation. If you know, there's that old tree farm building there. That's our well. We literally do not have. There's no company to call. There's no tools. There's no nothing we can ever do to fix that pump underneath that building that supplies the Forest Service that water. So we had to get them onto Mid Valley because that pump's done. And so that's why we did that, and Crown can tap into it and do their stuff too as well. So that's all that I have. There's not much else to say on that property. We've tried. We gave it more than good college tries. We worked hard on that to no avail. So,
Questions for Jeff?
Just to clarify, it's the Forest Service process was just that they didn't have a way to deal with it, or
the original patent language when they deeded that property to us, there's nothing in that provisions that allows us to do housing on it. Because there's really, I think most of you might have been here, but I don't know if Kelly was, and I don't know if Jeffrey was, but we were looking at kind of a tri-party again, regional, between Pitkin, Eagle, and Town of Basalt to really reduce the footprint of the housing component to it, put it over close to Sopris Village, back behind our eligible building, and we could get Forest Service units in there as well as some additional employee housing for that end of the valley on a much tighter piece of property, and actually have more open space and recreation with that land trade. And we couldn't get them there. We tried hard. So
maybe there's the new environment there. Who knows how things will change? Are they still there?
Well, Kevin's still there. That's who we mostly deal with.
Kevin,
But
right,
that's
okay.
yeah. But other than that, I don't know.
Convince him tomorrow when we're walking the property.
There you go. The good news on that, the lower mesa, they've taken that Kara's favorite orchid off of the protection list, so that does free. I hate to even say the word open space because it would be such a tiny partnership compared to the one we just talked about earlier. But I think both AVLT and Pitkin and Eagle County have long sought to protect that lower bench that's right on the river and is open space. So that could be back in play at some point.
Kelly for Jeff.
Thanks. Yeah, I'm just curious. So did that legal language hiccup prevent getting even to a point to do an appraisal on the property?
It did. We were. I think you were heading the phantom appraisal up at one point. We just never got there.
Yeah. For those of you who don't know, I'm Ashley Pearl. I'm the Resiliency and Housing Director for the county. I'm Tori Franks' component.
Tori Franks' sister.
Tori Franks' sister. Different hair. The Forest Service won't enact an appraisal on their dime unless we're much further along in a potential purchase or leasing process, and we didn't get past whatever requisite steps they require. We could have done an appraisal on our own dime, but that didn't feel worth it given that there just really seems to be no steps. The Forest Service would love us to lease the land, which just doesn't work out financially, and they don't want to sell it to us anymore. So until we can convince them otherwise and then change the Crown Mound legislation to allow housing on the Crown parcel if we add additional open space adjacent to it, which takes literally an act of Congress that I believe Jeff's team was working on, but we couldn't get through. I don't know where that ended up.
That's true.
So it didn't seem worth it, Kelly, is the short answer, and the Forest Service wouldn't do it because we weren't at that step yet in their process.
And right before.
Why
Sorry.
was the lease not considered?
Right before Scott Fitzwilliams left the White River, the lease wasn't considered because they couldn't go beyond 49 years. However, Scott let me know right before he left that there was a move to maybe entertain a 99-year lease, of which Tori thought, well, maybe now we can have a conversation around that, but that was, and then Scott left.
Yeah, I think, so the leasing we're talking about is called enhanced use leasing, which is a new allowable tool that the Forest Service has to not sell off property, but partner to redevelop property. That's what the city of Aspen and other partners are looking at for our S-curves property where the Forest Service is on your entrance to Aspen. And there's a project underway in Summit that's had some trials and tribulations. So I think if we were to reconsider leasing in any form, we'd want to check in with Summit and see where that process is. And there's probably some lessons learned from what the city is going through as well. There's a lot of rigidity to that process that ends up making it a project potentially cost double what it would otherwise, because you have to serve all the Forest Service needs on site as well as serve your needs, and you have to pay for the land. So the cost of the project becomes really astronomical pretty quickly. But we're going to learn more because there's a couple projects in the region that are using the enhanced use leasing.
What would the Forest Service needs on this site be?
Lots and lots of housing, as well as potentially, I think you know more, Jeff, about like their maintenance. They needed a maintenance need.
They were looking for a boneyard too, just for their, for their activities over here. And then, as Ashley said, certainly their housing. They're only staffed at, even prior to this administration, they were only staffed maybe 30, below 40%, and so they're way behind in their staffing needs, and that was before January of this year.
Pitkin affordable housing tax. Any other further questions on the Crown for Jeff? who's teeing this one up?
I'll tee it up and hand it over to Ashley. So I think one of the agenda items we understand is we wanted to share a little bit with Eagle County about the Pickens County housing tax that we successfully passed in last November. And so Ashley can kind of give you an overview of what it is. Sorry. I'm not. So I'm going to tee it off to Ashley Pearl to talk about our housing tax that we successfully passed last November.
Thanks. Yeah, we're very excited. We're entering the realm of having some money to put towards housing. So previous to the November ballot initiative, we had housing impact fee dollars, which are collected on development projects. Those are really limited on how they're used, can only be used on workforce and some other stipulations. And then we had general fund. So we weren't really playing in too many sandboxes as far as housing's concerned with that amount of money. So the board crafted what I think is really broad language that is also addressing our needs. So the ballot initiative had an amount of uses that you can use housing on. So it's not just workforce housing. It's also senior housing, addressing homelessness. It's not just for construction. It is also for conservation of existing units and then conversion of free market units into deed restricted units. So it passed. We have it's a 25-year horizon, and it's an estimated 8.5 million. So it's 1.5 mils per year. This is our first year, so we're trying to figure out what to do with it. Given that we have those allowable uses listed in the ballot language, we've been trying to kind of look at assigning dollars in each of those buckets, at least to start, while also making some long-term plans to leverage those dollars into bigger money. So this year, the board will entertain a contract, I think next week, to contribute $1 million to the West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition's Good Deeds Program, which is modeled off y'all's Good Deeds Program, so thank you. That regional coalition that we're all a part of has just did a 9th deed restriction buy down. And so we gave $1 million, and with all the other contributions in the region, I think they're up to 1.5 million and still going to other governments to ask for support. So that was the board's first kind of real official spend, or it will be when that passes, which we're excited about. And then we'll be bringing forward to the board, we can't, 8.5 is great. It also doesn't get you far in housing. You all see similar housing prices and construction costs that we do. So the board wrote the language, and the community really said yes to it not being the county moving by ourselves and just developing on our own with this money. It really, what it does is it allows us to enter into partnerships to add to more housing. It doesn't really allow us to go out on our own and develop large properties. So we've been meeting with all of our local municipalities and our different partners, school districts, hospitals, and trying to figure out what partnerships look like, where the county can come in with first in dollars, last in dollars, all sorts of other funding structures, and try and make some of these developments that might already be in the pipeline come to fruition. So the board will be hearing about those opportunities in June. And then we also own a mobile home park. It's called Phillips Mobile Home Park. We're hoping to redevelop it. Not redevelop it. We're hoping to add affordable housing adjacent while also maintaining the mobile home park. So the property tax will also support some of that work. Tiering, yes. So part of the conversations that happened at the board table when we were considering whether or not to put a ballot on was understanding what gaps exist in the community right now and how our money might be used to move the needle to serve those who we felt like maybe we're missing out on current structures and systems. So the board would like to, and it's not in the ballot, but it's direction from the board, would like to use our money to prioritize a tiered system. We have APSHA, the Aspen Pickens County Housing Authority right now, and they prioritize emergency responders, and then everyone else is equal, essentially. There's a lot more details to that. The board would like their first tier here in Pickens County with any of our dollars to be emergency responders plus, so anybody who gets an emergency responder to where they need to be, so transit drivers, snowplow drivers. And then we also added human service responders, so adult and family protection responders. So that's kind of our first tier. Second tier is schools and hospital staff, kind of more generically. And then third tier is anybody who qualifies as working in Picken County full-time. So we're still playing with those. I think there's some more conversation, but that was our initial direction when we go out and have these partnership conversations to see where we might be able to apply that tiering into projects where otherwise a different sort of priority system would be used. Did you want anything else from that? Okay. And the last thing that we are considering using the property tax on, or it's an allowable use in the ballot language, is capital reserves and basically conserving what we have. So we've been at housing for quite a while now, over 40 years, which means a lot of our housing is aging. We really wanted to make sure that that was an allowable use because a lot of folks, for a variety of reasons, are not set up to preserve and conserve what's already there. And every one of those units that we lose, we're just slipping further and further back, and then we have to build more and more. So we'll be coming to the board probably later this summer with some conversations about capital reserves and how we might apply those dollars to address some of those issues. So I think that lots more to come. We're just kind of testing the waters right now and seeing what might be the best application for the next 5 years, and then thinking longer term about, do we develop some other sort of structure to really leverage these funds? Whether it be a housing trust or using some different types of housing debt that might not be accessible to the county but could be accessible through a different organization. We're kind of exploring all that right now with the consultant.
Housing questions before we move on?
I just have a quick one. Yeah, how did the tax do? How well did it pass? By how many points? Does anyone remember that?
It passed by a huge majority. I think it was
It wasn't the
83% or something.
It
was really high. It was
and we really
surprised
had,
us all.
we
Okay.
had no outward opposition in the community. We had people that asked great questions, people who wanted to know more, people who wanted to support it, but wouldn't until they knew more. So Kelly did a lot of the footwork on that and went out to organizations and spoke about it. We all did, but Kelly pretty much led the way, and yeah, it was a great win.
Actually, I think it was in the 70s. 83%, I think, was the landfill, which was a bonding question. So.
And so, okay, so if the taxing district is the boundaries of the Pitkin County, and it passed 70-something?
70-something.
I think it was 62%. But
82%.
But I
100%.
love Francie's positive
But
memory.
it passed well.
60-40-ish for both. And
60-40 is a
40-60
solid
that failed.
That was
Thank you
far
for
more
that.
than we
Did
thought.
you
yeah.
run a campaign? Did you have a slogan?
Kelly, do you want to take a?
You know?
Kelly's coming on.
We did, and I've blocked some of that out, but it was like yes on 1A, because that was the position on the ballot, and I think it was housing opportunities equals thriving communities was our slogan. We had a lot of endorsement from the chambers, from our municipalities, from, other partner organizations that worked with us. A lot of great endorsements and op-eds in the paper.
Okay.
I mean, it was a full campaign committee, which, we raised, $15,000 to run it. It wasn't a huge spending campaign, but like Patty said, there wasn't organized opposition to it.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay, thanks.
Can I
Happy
Patty.
to share anything we did offline if you guys contemplate something similar.
I think one of the things that really benefited the win was that we were talking with a lot of businesses who don't have the funds to house their employees, and trying to create partnerships was a theme throughout the whole campaign. Was this allows Picken County to be at the table to talk to partners so we could leverage the taxpayer dollar, as you said, multiple times. And it also opened a door for small businesses to maybe get a studio or a one-bedroom that if they were able to participate as one of the minor partners. So that was a big sell. It was really community inclusive. Oh, I can't use that word, can I?
Did you say 1.5 mils?
So,
Yes.
Jeannie?
I wanted to ask a little bit about your housing authority. You said you have a housing authority with City of Aspen. Is that the only partner that's in the housing authority?
Correct.
And how is that funded?
That is funded 50% city, 50% county. We, depending on the year, we've pulled it from our general fund and other funds. But yeah, yes.
City uses their REMF monies.
Yeah.
And so that's funded based on a project that you're interested in doing together.
No, so that when people think of housing authorities, they typically think of construction development authorities. APSHA, as it's called, is purely an administrative authority. So they manage and enforce all of our existing deed restrictions, of which there's 3,600. And then manage our the deed restricted affordable rentals, and they have a property management arm as well. So Kelly and Francie are members on the board, as well as other community members. But it's often confused for a traditional authority, but it is, they would say they're purely administrative.
Yeah, we use the housing authority word too, but it's not.
And we're looking at a possibility of a housing trust, but that's a much bigger discussion.
And if I may, one of the reasons the county looked at going out to ballot, so the city, as Patty alluded to, has a RET that was grandfathered in before Tabor, so they have a longstanding funding source that has been helping them fund APSHA and some of their other pieces. We, outside of the employee housing impact fee, did not have any funding source, so we could not use impact fee dollars to support APSHA, even in some of the administrative. And so I think that also was really helpful to have that taxing authority.
Thank you.
Jeffrey?
Yeah, please, Matt.
And do I remember correctly too that the county does not have a whole lot of sales tax opportunity? It's primarily in the city of Aspen and Snowmass.
Which is a nice lead-in for the ballot conversation, which is next. So thank you for the segue.
It is significant that APSHA does not engage in development of new construction. And so it kind of makes the mission of it
Very narrow.
slightly able to be handled, but barely. It's big, 3,600 units, you can imagine.
And APSHA itself owns like 2 developments. Smuggler over here on Park Circle, and they own one other.
Truscott?
I don't know.
Anyway.
But those are the only 2 that APSHA owns. Those are kind of the old school ones that came in at the beginning of the inception, which was over 40 years ago. We started our housing program.
Tom?
Yeah, I guess I don't want to go too deep on that, but APSHA then, is that part of its charter, or, could the governance board of that organization, however that's structured, change its mission tomorrow? Or is that, see, now I'm going to get you on an hour-long discussion here.
Tomorrow, nothing.
Well, Kelly could probably answer
How
this
easy
better
would
than
it be
I,
to transform that into
A
a
development.
development-style housing authority?
You mean
you
like
know,
if we had all new members
if
on
you-
the board and they wanted to do that, would it be possible?
Right.
Is that basically what you're asking?
Yeah, that's right.
Kelly?
Yeah, I don't know.
Sure. I'll just the structure of it was intentionally designed as an IGA between the city and the county to formulate a housing authority under, the Colorado Revised Statute that permits the creation of a housing authority, but its functions are spelled out in the IGA.
I see.
And the functions are limited to basically the administration of the program. And the way it's funded is spelled out in the IGA, and the way board of directors get appointed to the board is spelled out in the IGA, which is then adopted by the city and the county individually. And we've set it up so that the city acts as the fiscal agent for it and manages the supervision of the staff for it. So the department is kind of housed within the city, even though, so it's a bit of a hybrid, very different than what you would think of a multi-jurisdictional housing authority as defined under state
Yeah.
law. But that was intentionally done to sort of withhold some of its fundraising and development authorities that that other housing authorities could use because of things like location and extent concerns, how it might raise and compete for funding with the city and the county. And so that was why it's been intentionally kind of structured that way. And that IGA was updated about 7 years ago. I'd
Okay.
say.
That's helpful, and it's pertinent to ideas that are floating around in Eagle County, so I appreciate that.
Anything further? We're going to move on to ballot 25-26 initiatives.
Thank
Do you want to stay in case we get CC questions, or? Sir, you're welcome to join us for the rest of the afternoon. All right, thank you.
So look at the county managers over there. They get to take this one.
She's saying my housing authority is better than your housing authority.
That's a typical brother-sister argument. We don't have those at this table.
Sisters always win.
That's
We
true.
don't have them at the dinner table, children.
So we just wanted to open it up of upcoming, thank you, sorry, turning it off. We wanted to open it up to talk about various upcoming ballot initiatives that we know might be in one or either or both locations as we look at 2025. I do know, and I'm happy to hand it to Commissioner, we are looking at potentially having to go back out for the airport on bonding this year. And that is per our home rule charter. Most enterprise funds do not need to go to the ballot to bond. Our home rule charter stipulates enterprise does need to, and that's pre-Tabor. So that is why we'll be going out to the airport again. That's the main one, correct?
Healthy Community Fund. We
Oh,
are
thank you.
considering.
Yes. And then Healthy Community Fund so the Healthy Community Fund is a program basically to support our nonprofit partners for human services and public health. It's I believe the only one in the state. It is a property tax. I'm not going to remember the mill levy at this time. That is set to sunset in 2027. We are looking at going for a renewal in 2026, and we're also evaluating the landscape, the federal landscape, to see how that might trickle down to human services, public health, and so many of our nonprofit partners in that arena to look at if there might be an increase or not. But we are looking at, currently we've had varying years of sunsets. Some have been 8, 10, they've been at different levels. We are looking at potentially removing that sunset as an option.
Keeping the mill levy the same, but
Yeah.
we discussing the possibility, haven't closed the door yet on 25 versus 26, kind of waiting to see how the ballot pounds out.
And the
general
budget.
across the county
Mm-hmm.
and the state and federal.
A couple of chips.
And then I think Jeffrey alluded to, and as I'm sure for all of you, the CC childcare tax credit, which I believe is, or not tax credit,
Property tax.
property tax.
Sales tax.
No, it's a sales tax, that's right.
Tax
0.25.
question. That they are still evaluating if it is 25 or 26. I don't think we have heard
Is
yet.
Eagle part of that district?
Yes.
And then we also have with our school district the possibility of another housing tax question coming on, and hospitals been thinking about another possible housing tax question. Fire districts are thinking about possible housing tax questions. You name it, they're thinking about possible housing tax questions. So we're kind of weighing again the weight of the ballot in 25, 26.
So the fire district is looking at a tax question specifically dedicated to housing?
Yeah, but that could, everybody's, they have until June to notify the clerk's office that they have an intent or possibility of putting a question on. So everybody's kind of, well, we might not, but we're gonna let the clerk know just in case we do, and then craft whatever they want or not.
So Matt, there's a few surveys going on in the valley, but back to your question though, the Elgebel station is under construction.
The Elgebel what?
Elgebel Fire Station is under construction. So that land was acquired. That's a Scott Thompson project. That was a 2023.
There's a fire station in Elgebel already.
This is to add on to put more housing there and build our,
Oh, I see.
So yeah, this is
Not a new
renovation,
station.
housing addition, as well as the first training center that we'll have
Oh, I see.
for the fire district in the valley. So that's a really significant development on, several acres.
And we are looking at locating our dispatch in that
And our,
facility.
and our 911 is relocating from the North 40.
Fire station at the
Emergency
airport.
center is going to be located at Elgebel. And again, just to add one more detail to that, 85% of the staff lives down valley, even from the revised location in Elgebel,
Down Valley from Elgebel.
from Elgebel. Yeah, but it's, again, Eagle County land, thank you.
so what are you guys gonna do?
I'm looking at
Jeff, your
I'm
turn.
looking at Matt or Tom. We don't like to let Jeannie talk about ballot initiatives because she has lots of ideas. So I was going to kick it back over to her. I want to hear what she's thinking.
I don't know,
Go
all
ahead,
three of
Jeannie.
them have these grins on their faces. I'm not sure.
No, I actually, you just said something that's really interesting, that the fire district is looking to go to the ballot for housing. And I just think there's some way for us to coordinate in the Eagle River Valley to deal with housing in some way. That was probably why there were so many questions thrown on our part about the housing authority. We don't have a housing authority. We have a we have that in name, but it doesn't act that way. Although we do a lot of the administrative work of the municipalities who have deed restrictions, and they monitor them and manage them and do all of that. But it's on a fee basis. It's not as an authority with that kind of thing. So so a lot of questions. We're waiting. I'm waiting myself. I'm waiting to hear that the governor has signed the lodging tax. That the counties have the authority.
Oh, it got passed, but it hasn't been
It
signed.
hasn't been signed, and it'll just be a celebration. I've no indication he's not going to sign it, but we can't start celebrating until it's signed, I feel, and then it's really a conversation that we need to have as to what our dollar figures are in terms of childcare and housing and things like that. Which I think we're kind of teeing up in terms of getting some data and moving in that direction. But you really sparked me with this idea that there are the hospital invests heavily in housing as well, and so I'm thinking there's some conversations we can be having with some of our groups.
You've been doing housing for a long time, though, right? Seems like
Yes.
quite a while.
Yes,
just
we
doing
have.
it this way.
We just don't do it as an authority like with everyone.
I think it would be a great idea to come over and do the research, see, it'd be interesting to see how you've been doing it from our side. I think things could be learned going both directions. Because we've both been doing it long enough, or at least we have, I think 50 years, pushing 50 years on housing. We've made mistakes that other people haven't even run into yet. We've corrected things. We've had to change, over that much time, because a lot of municipalities and counties are getting into housing, but they're just starting and they're asking all those questions. So it'd be helpful to spend more time together talking about that, I think.
Francie and then Tom.
Are the new apartment buildings at the East Avon exit, are those affordable housing?
They are free market.
All of them?
All of those?
And that has to do with the fact that it was approved as a development years and years and years ago. I mean, it's just been in the works. They've been doing little steps of it, but it is market rate.
So not even any percentage of them or anything?
No, I think that was, anything that was required was back in the 80s or maybe it was, I'm going too far back, in the 90s. And it was already taken up with other phases of what they did. A lot of times you're really smart. You get the affordable housing up front in the phases, right? Get that done first. But this is now, you know, a lot of years later, and people are going, well, they're all going up and they're gonna be free market. But that's
You
what
get
was
to add to
negotiated
that, yeah.
back in the 90s.
It's like Carbondale,
Some,
except Carbondale just did theirs with very little affordable housing in it.
And Glenwood Springs.
so Tom?
Yeah, I mean, this is part of why I asked how the tax did over here. And you know, I think we're trying to find out right now what are the priorities for our community, number one.
Yeah.
And if you ask that, no matter where you go, you're going to hear childcare, housing, childcare, housing, childcare, housing.
Thank you for
You're
putting
g-
childcare
you're
first.
gonna-
Oh, he's so good.
You're going to hear, I
Got
know,
him trained already, Jeannie.
Jeannie is not, I promise this is, anyway, we tend to agree, I've noticed on some of these things. You're going to hear about public lands. I know we're all hearing that all the time. You're going to hear about transportation and traffic and all the things that we hear about, okay? But that is a separate question from what are we willing to do about it? And to what extent are we able to empower our governments and fund our governments for the necessary subsidizations that are required to really fix these things? And in my mind, what that means is, do people really see that if you fix childcare, what that's going to do to supercharge your economy? If you take a bigger bite out of housing, what's that going to do to create a vital, functioning society for the places that we live? And how, you know, and how are we going to counteract kind of the international buying markets that we face with local buying power? You know, it's kind of a big economic struggle that we face, a David versus Goliath in terms of purchasing power. And so, you know, that's what I think we're trying to find out. And when the time comes, you know, we're going to find out. I think in Pickens County, you have an easier time getting people to understand that government can do great things and work for you. Eagle County, I do think a lot of folks understand that, but I think we have a little bit more of a communications challenge on how to explain to people this is why such and such an item is important. That's why I asked questions about how did that do, what was your slogan, how did you market, those kinds of things, because that's what I'm hoping to learn.
I'm going to go to Kelly, and just to tag on real quick would be, I'm pretty sure Scott Thompson, Chief Thompson's housing tax was like 80%. I mean, that was, sorry, we're going to start at 80.
The last
back
West
to-
Take
But it was 2023.
Yeah.
But it was overwhelming.
Right.
It was a very significant project in the Mid-Valley. So I think we, Pitkin and Eagle, should take that conversation forward about first responder housing relative to the overall housing tax.
Yeah,
And sorry, Kelly, to be the shortstop there.
I don't think we mentioned this, so I just want to say to Tom, particularly, I think one of the things that helped as well is we really emphasized our commitment to rural preservation as part of our housing tax message. You know, we said that when we included language in the ballot that we were not going to compromise our rural character in the name of housing. And I think that provided assurances to the community about sort of the where and how of it as well. So I just wanted you to keep that in mind, because I think it was a really meaningful portion of the support of our tax.
Yeah,
So
thanks.
thank you for that, Francie. And then we've got 15 seconds to talk about Cottonwood Pass.
Yeah, Tom, I just wanted to respond to you and say the Upper Valley has a really different approach to government's responsibilities than the frying pan or the Crystal River Valleys. So it's not just one cohesive liberal blue vote for taxes county. The other two river valleys are quite different culturally. So we're not totally unlike you guys in terms of disparity among our populace.
Right.
So is it all right for the two boards to go 4 minutes over and continue with Cottonwood Pass and then wrap up at 2?
Sure.
Sarcasm.
Yeah.
Can you guys give us a
Oh, you're
Cottonwood
asking
update,
us,
please,
yes,
now?
yeah.
He says that without giving you a choice. He just makes you feel like you're getting a choice.
I think just in light of what John shared with your runway project this year and next year, Cottonwood Pass will officially open on May 12th of this year. So is primarily your FBO. if there's travel that needs to take place between the two. They're doing some extra work on it this year. Cottonwood Pass gets hammered, as you know, just from traffic. Some of it's local, and then every time Glenwood Canyon closes, we've just not had great luck in getting people's Google Maps to not go over that. This summer too, we're also spending time with our road and bridge director and our engineer. I think you all were part of this and saw the studies. You know, there was 7 areas in Eagle County. There was some bunch in Garfield as well, of just safety concern areas. We think we can do about 3 or 4 of those in-house just with our road and bridge crew. So we would probably do that when we close the pass in the fall or prior to opening it back up next spring. And then actually we're fairly, I don't know where this will go, but we had a recent visit with Congressman Hurd a couple weeks ago, and he's come back to us and inquired a couple more times on what is the majority of the funding needed on Cottonwood Pass, and it's really Blue Hill. If you've done that, that's a very narrow section there that we're just that's over. It's a scary number if we want to start looking at it. It's in the $10 to $15 million range. So more to come on that. We're going to continue to work on the safety concerns. In spite of rumors out there, we do not have any money budgeted to pave Cottonwood. It's not a state highway or anything like that, so it's still a county rural road.
Is the section you're talking about the narrow one with all the trees?
Yep.
It's beautiful through there.
If you're a passenger.
Yeah.
No, I would much rather be the driver.
So-
No way would I prefer to be.
It's
Don't
a really
look around.
steep,
Don't
yeah,
look around.
9% grade. It's really tough.
Regina, final words
I
as we wrap up this joint meeting. We're gonna go counterclockwise. So
Counterclockwise. It's just been a pleasure to meet many of you face to face, and what I'm encouraged by, and I think Britt said this, is just when people can work together, especially governments can work together, I think we get a lot more bang for our buck and our time. So thank you for your continued partnership. It's very encouraging.
likewise.
Yeah, thanks. I enjoyed getting to know y'all and learning from one another, on all the topics, but the housing stuff, as you mentioned, and the meeting you mentioned tomorrow. So all that, look forward to it.
Yeah, Jeffrey, as we had mentioned before, just that I think regionalism has always been on all of our menus, but it's those chances that we have to talk face to face. So thank you for hosting us and for lunch. We really appreciate it.
Yeah,
Great to
it's a
see
good
you.
lunch.
Well, I just have to let everybody know that what I learned at the NACO meeting, the legislative meeting, is that Matt really likes dessert. Likes dessert, and that was
I
great.
did
Great.
one cannoli.
I know, but I was saying at the NACO meeting, and that was it was great to see you guys there. But I think this is great to have you here. It would be great if you could encourage Garfield County to come to the table too. We're trying to set up a joint meeting with them, and it might be fun to have us all at the same table. I don't know if they'd go for that, but we can work on it.
I bet they would.
It would be great.
I can work on that.
I was just gonna
not
say,
camping out.
back to the
Thank
first
you.
presentation, I'm looking forward to a summer meetup on Three Meadows. Under a full moon or something.
Now he's getting really down.
Kelly, I'm gonna go to you right now.
Sharon, look forward to the ongoing collaboration. Tom, I look forward to getting to know you better. I've spent a lot of time with Matt and Jeannie over the years, and we've gotten a lot of great stuff done together in partnership, and look forward to more of the same.
Oh, I will just add my appreciation for all of you and your thoughtful ideas, and we always come away with good information, and so I appreciate all of your time and for the lunch. So thank you.
Francie.
Yeah, it's just great having neighbors who are compatible as we are. And we're sort of lone rangers here on the West Slope, and it's really great to have people we can partner with.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate too, all the discussion around Three Meadows today. That is how government ought to work. To have that many people of both jurisdictions, I can't get Eagle County to work that fast on any project that I want. So to see that was really outstanding. And I just want to say too that from your teams, from John all the way down, we probably have the closest relationship with all of our teams as well. And so And I really do, John's a mentor to me. He's a very good colleague. He's who I go to, and I have a perplexing issue, and then Kara's just fun to talk bad about John with, and so we enjoy that. But no, we enjoy working with all your teams. It's a great team. Yeah.
I just would reiterate, I think the amount of information sharing that comes up to you all that you see, but Jeff has let us go see how his manager groups are, and so just that continued collaboration from the policy making all the way down has been extremely invaluable. Super excited to meet Regina today. And on the topic of regionalism, Jeff knows this, a future topic may be, I love Pitkin County, but we don't have a rodeo. So can we talk about a regional Eagle Pitkin County rodeo?
I'm all in.
We used to.
We'll have carriage wagons right over Cottonwood Pass.
That's
We'll go
right.
right to and from.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Pretty
one
hard to
thing
compete
we
with
don't have time
Carbondale.
for it.
Stagecoach.
So it's 2:03 p.m. I apologize. We're running really late.
But I
We're
was
gonna
going to
take
bring
a-
up the tunnel, the Aspen Vale Tunnel. Nobody brought this up today.
So we will discuss the boring company after our break. We will reconvene at 2:15. Motion to adjourn. We've got 2:15 and then we're on schedule.
So moved.
So we're adjourning. We will be back with David Pesnichek and Brian Pettit live at 2:15. So thank you. The special meeting of Eagle and Pitkin County are
I will
adjourned.
not be back. I'm going to resume my vacation, but I will catch up on everything I miss. And thanks again for the joint meeting with you all.
Bye, Kelly.
Wear your sunscreen.
Hug those kids.
Good afternoon. It is 2:18. We're 3 minutes late. This is the work session special meeting agenda of the Board of County Commissioners. It's May 6th. Jennifer, Brian Pettit, Alex, and I forgot your name. I apologize.
Sam Massman.
Sam, good to see you. We have a USFS update and Maroon Belt changes. And Brian.
I'll introduce the subject. Thank you. I'm
Thank
Brian
you.
Pettit. I'm the Public Works Director. Before we get to the forest, though, I do want to notify the board on some good news. So if you're, about 3 months ago, Andrew Knapp, the county engineer, brought forward a proposal to design road improvements at Smithway and down at Lazy Glen. And the reason we wanted to do that, because we wanted to apply for highway improvement safety grants through the state of Colorado, but it's generally a federal grant. Well, we were notified last week that we received the grant to the tune of $2.6 million. So those projects will be proceeding for their improvement, the Michigan left at Smithway and the acceleration lane at Lazy Glen. So we'll continue to design them and then be constructing them soon. I think the money becomes available in 2008 fiscal year for CDOT, which would be 07 for us. So
Fabulous.
2027.
27, sorry, yeah, 28.
Let's
Thank
spend
you.
that money quick.
Thank you, Patty, for the clarification, but you're right, yeah.
We knew what you meant.
Yeah, well, it's good to be clear.
That's great news.
So
Thank you.
it is good news. And I contribute that to Andrew Knapp, the county engineer. He pursued that grant feverishly. So.
That's the only good news I've heard on grants in months.
Yeah. Andrew's such a sleeper.
Yeah. But with that, I would like to introduce the Forest Service who's here, and maybe just introduce yourselves, and then we'll...
Sure thing. Hi, everybody. I'm Jennifer Schuler, the Deputy District Ranger on the Aspen-Sopers Ranger District for the White River National Forest.
And I'm Sam Massman. I'm the Recreation Program Manager on the White River.
So we're here to discuss operational changes, revenue changes for the Maroon Bells, answer any questions the board has about the Maroon Bells situation. And then if the board does have any other questions for the Forest Service while we have them here, this would be a great opportunity to ask them. And we do have other staff here that have been part of this team to help the Forest Service with Maroon Bells operations. But with that, Jennifer.
Yeah, thank you, Brian. So today we are here to discuss the Maroon Bells revenue. And, oh, pushing buttons already here. There we go. First, we'll start out with a little bit of background on the Maroon Bells partnership and specifically the development of the Comprehensive Recreation Management Plan. We'll discuss our Forest Service current funding status, as well as talk about a potential e-bike fee for implementation in 2026. We'll provide some information on a request for proposal that RAFT is going to be releasing, and then discuss some next steps. In 2022 and 2023, the Forest Service and partners including Pitkin County, the City of Aspen, RAFTA, the Aspen Chamber, and Aspen Snowmass went through a process to develop a comprehensive recreation management plan for the Maroon Bells. The goal of that recreation plan is to proactively and sustainably manage users, access, and infrastructure to provide positive and equitable outdoor recreation experiences while preserving resources in the Maroon Creek Valley. The development of this plan was informed by a number of conversations with not only the partners, but stakeholders here in the Valley, with local elected officials and with the general public. During the CMP development, we had two meetings with the BoCC. 5 public meetings, both in person and virtual, with approximately 188 participants total, 18 stakeholder meetings, and we combed over approximately 5,000 public comments. Since the CRMP was finalized in 2023, the partners have been working on implementing the plan, and we've been working with Volpe to analyze visitation data. That data is informing both our efforts to right-size visitation at the Maroon Bells and to determine an updated revenue sharing model. And that's really to ensure fiscal solvency for all the partners involved, as well as ensure long-term sustainability for our efforts. There are a variety of funds that are generated at the Maroon Bells that come to the different partners. For example, Aspen Highlands receives parking fees for their garage. H2O collects service fees associated with reservations that are made at the Bells. RAFTA collects both reservations for parking and for shuttles. And the Forest Service receives fees that are associated with our Recreation Enhancement Act amenity fees. Right now, the Forest Service is the only partner that is losing money in operating the Maroon Bells. And this has been the case for several years. So there's really a pressing need for us to address this because we do not have other funds that can go to the operations of the Bells. So this is a snapshot of Forest Service's revenue, expenses, and the resulting revenue gap. If you start at the top, the Forest Service is receiving for every shuttle ticket shown 65 cents per ticket. And that's a voluntary donation that comes from RAFTA to the Forest Service. The FY24 shuttle revenue was about $79,000, and this comes to us at the end of the year in a lump sum. Through the Recreation Enhancement Act, we have a number of fees that also come to us through vehicle amenity fees, drive-ups, and motorcycle revenue, and that equates to $143,000. We haven't been collecting any bike revenue, and so that's shown as $0 in this table, for a total revenue of $220,000. So these are all based on FY24 visitation numbers. If you look at our expenses, we've gone through and looked at everything from the cost of our crew to the uniforms that they wear, to the boots that they wear, to operating the water system up there, trash, cleaning bathrooms, and also looked at deferred maintenance, amongst other things, and that equates to approximately $600,000. So you can see here that the Forest Service annually is looking at a revenue gap of about $380,000. So due to this funding gap, we've been looking at different ways to really receive more money at the Forest Service for operating the Maroon Bells. And one of the ways that we're looking at this is through charging an e-bike fee. The Forest Service established a policy in 2021 that defines and manages e-bikes as motorized vehicles. Currently, motorcycles are charged $5 each. And so starting in 2026, the existing fee for motorcycles of $5 would be charged to e-bikes as well. We currently have counters up at the Bells, and based on those counters, the annual approximate number of e-bikes is 8,100. And with that proposed fee per e-bike, the total revenue generated would be about $40,500. We would look at e-bikes similar to motorcycles, so there would be no limit on the number of e-bikes that would be able to go up to the Bells. But there are a number of things that we need to look at in implementing this fee. So, for example, we're looking at scannable tickets that folks on e-bikes could scan as they ride up to the Bells. We're also thinking about technology improvements to collect the fee around those tickets and how they could be attributed to specific bikes that go up there. We're also looking at working with local businesses that rent e-bikes to get them passes so that they can pass that fee onto their user before they even come up to the maroon bells. So there's a number of things that we are looking at in implementing this fee. I do want to note that our policy on e-bikes does not differentiate between whether a bike is a commercial or a rental e-bike or if it is a private e-bike. So this would apply to both. Sam, is there anything else that you would add on this point?
Nope.
Okay. RAFTA request for proposal. So we're coming to you today because this is something that's being considered in the RFP that RAFTA is going to be issuing soon. There's a need for RFP because it needs to be competitively bid. The current vendor is H2O, and the contract needs to better reflect the scope of services. The RFP process and contract is being developed through the partnership with all the partners that are involved, and that solicitation is expected in mid-May with the contract start date of 2026. So next steps are developing and releasing the RFP for 2026 and beyond support. Again, exploring the feasibility for the e-bike fee and continuing to work on the CRMP implementation goals with the managing partners. And, you know, we talked about the numbers. We have a gap of $380,000. E-bikes would generate about $40,000 a year, so we still have some work to do as a partnership to ensure that Forest Service is fiscally solvent.
So you mind taking questions during the presentation?
Yeah, this is it. So
Greg's
Oh,
first up.
Just thinking about the fees, is there an upper limit on that fee for the e-bikes or the motorcycles? It seems reasonable to me that could be higher. If a tourist is coming here to go to the Maroon Bells, I think they can pay $10 to, as part of their e-bike rental.
Yeah.
So I think that fee could possibly go up. Same for a motorcyclist. I'm just wondering, is there a rule? And I don't know how popular that would be, but I wanted to throw it out there. But why $5?
yeah, thank you. The Recreation Enhancement Act, we went through a process that follows that act back in 2000 to develop our amenity fees. And the fee of $5 for motorcycles is associated with that effort that we did. It was a public process in 2000. So at least at this time, I can't anticipate that dollar amount would be more for the amenity fee, but there could be a service fee that's associated with it for processing the tickets that are sold. Right. So that's something that we would need to look into as well.
I wanted to say, man, there's so many more e-bikes now than motorcycles, I believe.
Yep.
That perhaps it doesn't have to be at parity. If there's a way you can discriminate in some way that's still, considered, reasonable. And then the other part was having the rental houses, the rental shops take care of that for you would make a lot of sense to me.
Yeah.
So just my 2 cents worth on that one. Thanks.
Thank you. And I know.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jennifer, did you want to respond? Sorry.
Oh, I know that we have an example over at Vail Pass that might be helpful to share. It's snowmobiles, but Sam, if you want to share that information, that might be helpful.
Sure. Yeah, I think what you see here is us trying to work within the framework of the fee we already have authorized for the public. So changing the status quo in terms of $5 for e-bikes or $10 for cars takes a public process that's much more in-depth, similar to what you guys may have seen with the Maroon Bells Wilderness permits over the last few years when we did a lot of public outreach around fees there. But with regards to working directly with companies that rent bikes to go up to the Bells, at Vail Pass we have snowmobile drop-off companies that basically you can rent a snowmobile and drive it around yourself, same kind of scenario. And we've set it up with them where we sell them bulk day passes ahead of time. And then when they rent it's more convenient for them. They know their customers are, have the pass they need and things like that. So we have done it before in another place.
Great, thank you.
Patty?
Yeah, my question is, I understand the deficit. I'm not sure what portion of the seasonal expenses is for deferred maintenance, but I mean, 600,000, so it puts you in a funding gap of 380. The total revenue from e-bike rentals is a pittance of that amount, the 40,500. But how much is it going to cost for technology or interest improvements to collect the fee? I mean, that to me is probably going to be close to the 40,000 you're making.
I think that there will be an initial investment, and that's what we're looking for vendors to provide information on through the RFP process that RAFTA will be soliciting soon.
Yeah. And I think raising it to $10, if you were able to do that, is really going to anger the people who have private bikes that live here that ride up there every day. So we'd be dealing with that, which would be part of the public outreach that you would have to do in order to do that. But yeah, that would be an interesting process. So I think we need to find a way to make it better work rather than to say we're going to close some room bells because of the fee deficit. I mean, the deficit for the federal budget. So we need to, I think, be creative, find a way. And so what we're doing makes sense, and how much money we can collect from the amount of use that we have up there and the impacts.
Yeah, thank you.
It's a three-part question. I think one part's for Brian, but I think the public was reluctant to get on board with an uphill pass, and somehow we're in the 5th year already for an uphill pass. So something we thought that was free, we realized we were getting a service. It got bundled with the Corsair card, with search and rescue. And at the end of the day, I think we all proudly pay for our uphill armband. So if there's some way of treating locals like locals around e-bikes, that would be a welcome, I think, addition. Like, we're proud of carrying the Maroon Bells Pass or something along those lines. I want to...
The uphill pass, you mean like going uphill on Aspen Mountain?
Skinning.
Is that charged by the Forest Service or the ski company?
But it's but my point is, sorry,
Okay, I just wanted to
the
clarify.
relevance is that it's something that we all believe that was de facto, we had the right to do. It's our backyard, but we realized that maintaining and providing corn or whatever, grooming, was a pretty cool service. And so I think 5 years in, no one's complaining about paying for an uphill pass. So that was the analogy. I want to go back to the comprehensive recreation management plan, and just like the overall concern in the room. The plan says maintaining and improving the Bells as an environmentally sustainable destination, ensuring a sufficient funding structure to sustainably manage recreational use and protect natural resources, and ensuring outdoor access for all user groups. So I'm concerned that funding is getting in the way of the overall mission of the plan. And so it's a long-winded way of saying, is there another way that we can diffuse traffic on Maroon Creek Road? And potentially, as you're going through the RFP process, and you don't need to answer today, but do we move that staging back to Buttermilk and away from Maroon Creek Road, so we alleviate the traffic at the roundabout and start to utilize Buttermilk as a larger resource? So it's sort of a Jennifer Bryan question. And again, it doesn't need to be answered today. So.
Yeah.
The answer is it's possible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you read through the plan, it talks about peak usage, but nothing about just charging a flat rate changes the use pattern or the pressures we're seeing in Forest Service assets.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Thank you. And I think the overarching goal is really related to all those topics that you mentioned, and we have very specific sub-bullets that are related to funding, but there are a number of items within the CRMP that does talk about that, the right sizing visitation element that we're getting into as a group as well. That addresses some of the things around sustainability, long-term sustainability of the resource that you're talking about.
Yeah. I mean, again, I'll use my uphill analogy. Like, you can hike with your dog before 9 a.m. Like, is there something else we can do to incentivize use to balance out the stresses on the resources? So.
Thank you.
One of the challenges we have up there right now is with the current fee structure, it incentivizes driving your car versus taking the shuttle, right? And so if you're wanting to do the opposite, that's some of the longer term things that we need to look at, is how do we actually set our prices and our different methods of access to encourage people to take the shuttle. Similarly with cost, you know, there's potentially different cost to each of these parking options too. So we're also looking broader, but the stuff we're talking about now is just things we think we can do in the short term versus the long term.
No, again, I'll use the ski analogy. It just seems to be working for me. So it's $63 a day right now to park at Base Village, but it's only $16 to go to the Bells. I would argue that the Bells is a better value proposition than Mauita's. Sorry to pick on a restaurant. But is there room for improvement in terms of the overall fee structure for adults, given what we're seeing, elsewhere in the valley for day use?
There's the public process again, right?
Yeah.
Could I
Please
tag onto that? Looking at Brian, Pitkin County owns the road, right? So is there something the county should be considering doing that's within our jurisdiction for the road up there, rather than leaving it to the Forest Service, who has a much bigger, lift to change anything?
And so you're referring to possibly tolling for the use of the road?
I'm wondering if that, memberships or the rental fees at the rental places, or just, I think it should be considered. Once again, I don't know if it's a good idea or if it would be popular or not, but maybe we should think about that.
Can I have a point of clarification?
Please, Patty.
Right now, though, we have a lot of traffic in the summer uses that come over the pass. So they'd have to drive to Buttermilk to catch a shuttle, so they'd be coming through the roundabout. But right now, you can park at the parking garage in town, take the bus to Highlands, and then take the shuttle from there, right? I think that's what ACRA encourages people to do. So that solves a lot of it. People who are in town, even if you came into town coming through the roundabout to go into town, and then drove back out to Highland, at least that way we could incentivize more people just to ride the free bus. So maybe that is a plug that wouldn't cost anybody any money. It's just a matter of education.
So while we have you here, do you mind if we ask you, what does the service level look like for 2025? I know you're focusing on 26 and fee structure, but we'd be remiss. We're looking forward to a wonderful summer in the Valley, and we're sitting in meetings and speculating what that looks like. So we'd love to hear what your thoughts are in terms of current and potential 2025 service levels.
Yeah, thank you. I might defer to our district ranger.
And
yeah,
we would
Kevin
love,
Warner.
so Kevin Warner's going to join us.
Kevin,
and-
you can come on over. We got him. I need to put these down.
And thanks for joining us. Good to see you.
No worries.
You should be on if it's
I'm
ready.
on already? Okay, cool. So, it's something that I've started to try to track over the last few months and try to understand where some of our staffing, budgetary, and other changes have come in, and where deficiencies are. And so, it's not something that necessarily I was thinking about just throwing out here today, but I've been doing it for myself to just kind of keep track of where exactly we're at. So depends on how much of this you really want, Jeffrey. I got a lot.
So I'm looking at Lisa Tasker, and Lisa, we're going to be 20 minutes late for Healthy Rivers. So because I think everyone in the room, this is really important, and I apologize for getting off schedule. I appreciate it.
Hear about this too.
So cut me off at any time.
Not at all.
You just let me know.
No, thank you.
So right now, and I think one of the first things, it's really hard to quantify the change in service level for some of these things, but I'll kind of try to do my best on how that fits with changes in staffing and such. So the White River National Forest, starting before 2025, had 146 employees. So that's the whole forest, not the Roaring Fork Valley, but the forest.
We currently, as of the end of May, when a few of the additional resignations and such are to take place, we'll be down to about 102 employees. So that's a pretty significant change in staffing in a pretty short amount of time. So that's the first thing to know. You guys all know already that that includes both our forest supervisor and our deputy forest supervisor. So a whole change in leadership as well, and some of the uncertainties and everything that go along with that. So for the Aspen-Sopris Ranger District specifically, so that is bigger than Pitkin County, but all of Pitkin County's lands are within the Aspen-Sopris Ranger District. We had about 28 employees at the end of the calendar year in '24, and as of the end of May, when one of our employees will be retiring, we'll be down to 17. Employees, so a big change for us here in the district as well. So when you start to break that out and start to look at, like, what does that mean for specific different resource areas? So we have our I'll start with recreation, because that's really, in a lot of ways, that's where some people first like kind of identify with like what their biggest ask of the Forest Service is. So within recreation, we have our wilderness areas. So we have 300,000 plus acres of national forest, congressionally designated wilderness. We see somewhere in the range of 3,400 day users and a couple thousand overnight users in those wilderness areas every year. And this year we will have about 1/3 of the field going staff that we've had over the past couple of years. So when you think about that and you want to try to quantify what that means, if you just try to think about it, that's only, that's 2/3 more trash that sits out there in places that mostly good intentioned people, but it still happens. Our folks pick up hundreds of pounds of trash every year. Let's see, so that means a bunch more of that out in our wilderness areas. Do a lot of human waste management as well. Mostly they're burying human waste that is left out there. So 2/3 of that isn't going to be done. And so more of that will be out there on the landscape. Our wilderness crews cut about 1,000-ish trees off of the trails. So, trees fall all winter long. They fall during big storms, and they fall across the trails, just like they do everywhere else. And we cut about 1,000-ish trees. That's just the wilderness crew. And so you'll only see 300 or so of those trees getting cut off of the trails this year by our wilderness crew. So we're going to be focusing, and you'll see this as a theme, be focusing on the areas where we see the most use. And so trying to do everything we can to provide the best public service we can to the most people. But that means that some of the areas that get less use, that are, I'll be real honest with you, sometimes those are the trails that more of our local folks use, the trails that I go on. We'll see less of that trail clearing and those kinds of positive impacts from having a presence out there. One other thing to point out, bear etiquette and regulation. We require to have canisters, bear canisters in the Maroon Bells Snowmass Wilderness, and that's less compliant. You see less compliance when you have less people out there, right, Alex? So that's just part of it. When you have less people out there talking to folks, you don't get as good a compliance, and so that starts to lead to potential. We've had really, really good compliance with that food storage order, but that leads to the potential to see some additional bear-human conflict, unfortunately. So. On our trails crew, we have about 500 miles of trails on the Aspen-Sopris Ranger District. And for our trails crew, because these changes in staffing, they're not like, we see it consistent from one group to another. It's kind of, in some ways, it's kind of random. We have about 50% less field-going staff on our trails crews, on our trail crews. they cut the other 1,000-ish trees off of the trails over the span of a season. So again, you're going to see half of that ish. We're really, and again, you're going to see a lot of that focused on those lower use trails. That's where you're going to see more of the trees across the trail there. We're going to be focusing a lot of our time with our trail crew on the Maroon Bell Snowmass Wilderness area and those areas that are, closer to Aspen, to be honest with you. Some of that trail clearing will happen later in the season and not in the early season, which is less helpful. It's better to get as much of that done at the early season as well. We do have a lot of the Great American Outdoors Act dollars still, and we've this district, as well as the White River in general, has done an amazing job. Sam's been part of the team that's helped to push these funds out at utilizing partners to do that. And so we're still going to see a lot of that money going to Roaring Fork Outdoor Volunteers, RFMBA, CRMS projects, those kinds of things. But that's most of the work that we're going to be doing. Our trail crew is not going to be doing a lot of the actual work. They're going to be coordinating volunteer groups and doing that. So that's a big change there. And actually, we've seen pretty good success with that. But even with 50% less field staff, we still get 50% less time with those volunteer groups. We had to, I think there's 2 different groups we had to say no to this year that have been coming back year after year after year, and we just don't have the staff to be able to do that. I think there was about 400-ish volunteer hours that we had to say no to at least this year, because we can't do it. We can't support it. And then when we look at our dispersed crew, so I know that you guys, this is where Gary and Pickens County Open Space and Trails, as well as Brian, have come in and really helped us out with providing funding for folks. We had some of those folks that were funded out of the money that Pickens County's been giving us year after year, who are no longer with us, and we're not able to fill in behind them. So we have about 1.5-ish less people that are dedicated to doing that work in that kind of, we call it the front country. It's not the wilderness areas. It's not even the backcountry areas, but it's where we see the most people, and sometimes the kind of most unmanaged recreational use as well. So think Lincoln Creek, Castle Creek, those kind of areas, Montezuma. We lost our crew leader, so that person's not here to coordinate directly with Ted and others from Open Space and Trails to be able to do that coordination when, like, hey, we really need some help up in this area because we've been seeing this. We've got a couple of folks working for us, and then it goes straight to Kendra here, who is going to be spending a lot of her time at the Maroon Bell Scenic Area. So we're missing some of that kind of middle level coordination and such there. So we've been working with Gary's crew, and so we're only going to be able to provide staffing from the folks that you guys are paying for around 2 days a week at Wildwood, and the last year or two we've been like 5 days, 7 days a week, having at least part-time and really coordinating to where our folks are there, OST rangers are there, the ACES volunteers are there, and so we're just not going to be able to be there as much. So I think that the impacts of that are likely to be, one, you're going to see more OST rangers there, and the possibility is that you also see and hear more complaints from the neighbors because the management just isn't able to be there and managing the parking and all those kinds of things in the same way. Independence Pass toilets are a great example. There's an article in the newspaper maybe last week, I believe it was, that talked about Independence Pass Foundation stepping up and helping out. Huge, amazing, really appreciate it. There's others that are helping out up there as well. Forest Conservancy is going to help out with doing some physical labor of actually like cleaning toilets. And in the past, we've been contributing some funds to the Leadville Ranger District, and then they would have somebody come up and clean those toilets. We just didn't have the money to do that this year. if you look at allocated dollars that we got that came down to the White River National Forest, there's about $170,000 to manage of allocated money to manage all the recreation on the 2.3 million acres of the most visited national forest in the nation. I don't know, Gary. You can't do a lot with 170K to get too far on that kind of that kind of scale. And so we weren't able to put money into that agreement this year. And luckily, we had amazing partners. Independence Past Foundation stepped up, and I hope I'm not missing anybody in others that are helping out as well. But basically, what we're going to see is less of our time doing that. We used to help out by cleaning bathrooms as well, and we're just not going to be able to do that. And so we'll be instead focusing more of our time for the 2 people that we do have on the places like Lincoln Creek Corridor, Castle Creek, Montezuma, some up the Frying Pan in Pickens County lands as well, some up the Crystal. And so really trying to focus our efforts in those areas. We think that that's probably where we can have the best bang for the buck for the money that you guys have, and be able to really still engage and have the least impacts. But you still got, with 35-ish% less patrols, you're gonna have that much more trash out there. You see that much more human waste, and our folks would, just in Lincoln Creek area, would extinguish 1 to 3 abandoned campfires every time they went up that road. Mm-hmm. So if you got less people up Lincoln Creek doing that, there's less probability that we're extinguishing those abandoned campfires. And I know that we've got help coming, and that we're looking at different ways of doing that. But just based on what the Forest Service is able to do, well, we're looking at being able to provide less of that service. Maroon Bell's scenic area. Mm-hmm. So these guys have done a good job of outlining kind of where we're headed, and where that CRMP is helping guide us in that direction. But looking to this year and where we're looking at right now, first 200 to 250,000 people visit that place every year. Most of that in the summertime, and so what we've got going on here is that first of all, we lost our crew leader, so that's huge. That knowledge gap, all those kinds of things. So crew leader, who is also the manager, because we lost the manager before that, she was doing both of those jobs already, and we lost that person. So that was not an option for the White River National Forest not to somehow fill that gap. So to be able to do that, we brought in someone from a different ranger district who was doing environmental compliance work, and asked her if she would come in and do that for us for the entire summer all the way through. And she's doing that. And she's volunteered to come over from the Dillon Ranger District and do something totally different. And that's what we've been asking some other employees to do as well. But that means we get less of that work done, right? So less of and I'll get to that here in a few. But we don't, again, we're losing some of that institutional knowledge. With our Rocky Mountain Youth Corps interns, we have about 50% less of those individuals as well. That's a funding issue. We didn't have enough money to put into there. We're looking at some other solutions there, like the company that runs the reservations and has been doing some work also around there is going to step up, and they're going to help staff the welcome station. It's a big deal. It's a lot of time and a huge step up for them, and a kind of a change in how they do things. But so that's one of the gaps, the ways that we're filling gaps there. But another thing that we're just not going to be able to do up there is we're considering not supplying water. So there is a water system up there. It takes a lot of even in a good, we'll put it this way, even in a good year, that thing has challenges, you know, of like keeping it running and being able to get all the tests done and everything. And with losing that institutional knowledge and we're just at a point where we're like, okay, this is something people can bring their own water with them. We're not going to be able to do that. The hydroelectric that runs the electricity for what most people think of as the bunker restrooms, that's also in that same category of things. They're just a challenge ongoing to keep that running. So we're strongly considering and moving towards not opening those bunker bathrooms, and so that shifts the bathroom usage to the vault toilets that are a little further down the road, and it shifts RAFTA's drop-off point, and we've done that before. We did it during COVID, yeah, and then we're just not going to have the staff to clean the bathrooms as often either. So people are, you know, I'm going to put my business card, give it to everybody, put it on the door, whatever. If they don't like it, they can call me, and I'll have a discussion with them about kind of where we're at and what that looks like. But we're just
somebody else's.
that's where we're at with that, with trying to do that. And the biggest thing though right now for 2025 is that currently we only have enough Rocky Mountain intern staffing to get us through the middle of August. At the middle of August, we're down to 2 people working for the Forest Service, as well as the help that we get from RAFTA and from our friends there at the reservation company. So we're looking to try to fix that gap. We've got some things that we're working on right now with other partners, but currently we don't have a solution for that yet. So it's kind of a big deal. Visitor information services. So these are the folks that sit at front desk and answer the phone, or somebody gets to come in and ask them questions in person. They sell firewood permits. They sell Christmas tree permits come Christmas time. Those kinds of things. Right now, all the offices in the Roaring Fork Valley are not open to the public to come into. We've had to do this kind of triage prioritization when we've lost folks out of those type of positions, and we've had to prioritize. So if you look at just, and this is only for the Aspen Sopris offices, but we get about 6,000 phone calls annually and about 1,800 walk-in visitors. So we decided that we were going to prioritize the phone calls. We get more of those. We can still provide the best service we can with the people that we have. We've got an intern coming from Colorado Mesa University who's going to help out this summer, but so far it's just been kind of filling in the gaps with whoever's around and like trying to fill that gap. So right now the Glenwood Springs office isn't able to be staffed. Our Carbondale office was closed anyway because of the reconstruction, but we were hoping to get that open, and right now I don't have a long-term solution for what that would look like. And then the Aspen office has been closed for a long time just because of lack of staffing and capacity to do that. So that's a big deal. We're not in the business of wanting to not be able to serve the public in that way, but right now we don't have viable solutions for doing it. Wildlife management. There's zero, by the end of May, we'll have no wildlife staff on the ranger district anymore. One retirement, and then the other individual resigned, and so yeah, we'll be looking to really rely more on our partners to help. So like I'm thinking about the government trail closure that's for the protection of elk calving. We're already been relying a lot on TOSV and open space and trails to help with those things, but we're going to have to rely even more on that. Because I'm not going to have anyone from wildlife. Well, from a recreation perspective, that's recreation management at the same time. But yeah, we're just not going to have the same level of staffing. Things like our peregrine falcon monitoring and other bird monitoring that we've done, and then we've closed areas to climbing in the past. I don't have anybody to do the monitoring, so we could get a special order together and close the area. The climbing groups have always been great with working with us on that. I just don't have anybody to go up there and see if the falcons are actually there. So we're just not going to be able to do that kind of work. And then one of the big things actually that I think you guys will understand is the prescribed fire coordination. So a lot of these prescribed fires are both a wildfire mitigation risk as well as a wildlife improvement, habitat improvement projects. And Phil Nyland's been he's been the backbone of that thing, to be honest with you. I mean, our fuels folks do an amazing job as well, but he's been the one that comes and talks to you guys. He's the one that that does a lot of the coordination and makes sure everybody knows that this thing is happening. And we're going to be looking for others to help out. I've talked with Roaring Fork, with the Wildfire Collaborative Roaring Fork, and Angie's pretty booked and pretty maxed out already, but they're willing to try to help where they can. So we've been starting to look at what that might look like as well. So. Also in the fuels realm, I think this is important. Like I mentioned before, we had one of our NEPA coordinators. She's going to come and help out at the Maroon Bell Scenic Area, and so NEPA, National Environmental Policy Act. So that's an acronym. And so we lost one to a resignation, and then the other one we had to reassign for Maroon Bell Scenic Area, and there's only one person left in that realm, and that's not at the district, that's across the whole forest, doing that kind of coordination. And so I had to drop off of a project we were starting. We were doing the initial kind of figuring out what the project would look like for doing a district-wide wildland fuels mitigation project, where we would have the ability to come in and, let's say that community, probably through the collaborative most likely, identifies and says, this chunk right here, we really would like to see some mitigation work done, outside Aspen or next to TOSV on national forest lands. I'd be able to say, okay, I've got a way to do that. We're going to have to pay somebody to get out there and do a few surveys and some other things, but within a year to a year and a half, that could be an implementable project. That was my goal. I had to drop that project because I don't have anybody to run the environmental coordination part of it. I'm hoping to pick that up again, but right now anyway, I just can't put that on anyone else. There's no one else to do that work. So let's see. A couple others, and then I'll stop. There's probably more than I'm missing. Lands and realty. So we have folks who deal with all of the things from driveway permits, right-of-way permits, working with counties, working with broadband providers as they want to put in new broadband service, all those types of things. The White River National Forest, about a year and a half ago, had 7 employees doing that work across the forest, and we're down. Coming in about a couple weeks or so, we'll have 2. And those 2 are going to be spread out doing work across the board. So even though here on the Aspen-Sopris Ranger District we're down 1 employee that we had before, we're going to be using our remaining employee to help out across the forest on a lot of other projects. So doing those kinds of things, that coordination that we have when you guys have a land use proposal come forward, that's the person you send the land use proposal to say, hey, that's adjacent to forest. Hey, do you guys have any concerns with this? What's going on here? How might this affect the Forest Service? That's a one-man shop, and he's doing work, or he will be doing work for half of the forest, basically. So those kinds of things are going to be more difficult for us to engage on. Engineering, this is one that I think brought up in the most recent sit down with Pitkin County and all of our other counties as well, where we look at what road work are we going to do together over the next year. Or over the next season here. $0, not a single dollar allocated at this time of those congressionally designated dollars, like I said, for road maintenance. We have I think it's 2,000 miles of road on the National Forest, and so when we come and sit down, we don't have a lot to bring to the table. That's what it comes down to. It's like, thank you very much to the county for helping out on the roads that we work on together. We just don't have a lot to bring to the table and partner on. And within that same realm, I lost, I've been working as the engineering staff officer since November, as well as the district ranger, and we lost 2 transportation engineers in the last few months, lost 1 facilities engineer, so we're down to like a staff of like 3 for all of those things, for all of our facilities as well as our road systems, and trying to do that. So projects like the Lanedo parking area, just not something we can partner on right now, even though you guys are willing to come to the table and do a lot of the work. We're just not able to partner on that. And like I said, relying on the counties to do maintenance on Forest Service roads if they're able to and willing to do that. Air quality. I don't know how many folks are aware of the air quality program here, but there's both lake sampling that happens that is actually looking at acid deposition, and then there's also straight up just air quality monitoring that happens every Tuesday. It happens at Sunlight and the top of Aspen Mountain. We don't have any. We've been using a partnership with Wilderness Workshop to get that work done. Super efficient. A woman named Katie's been doing a great, amazing job at doing that. Super consistent. Does an amazing job. We don't have the money to put into that agreement anymore, so we don't have a solution to continue to figure out how that air quality monitoring continues. It's a national program that's been going on for decades. We just don't have a solution right now for what that would look like. So a few things like that I've been thinking about as well, and thinking about like, okay, I throw all that out there, and then you're like, well, what do we do with that? Like.
Oh, it's been really fun.
Yeah, believe me.
Is there good news here, Brian? Can
No,
you repeat
I
your
got
good
no.
news
Yeah.
again? We're gonna have Brian just keep repeating the good news.
What do we do with that? And so, I've kind of refined. And there's some things that I'm like, there's just not much we can even ask. And then there's other things that I do think where we if entities, whomever it may be, is willing to try to help out. There's a few things I would say. One of the first places would be Maroon Bell Scenic Area, and looking towards the potential of helping out with funding for that staffing at the last part of that season would be a huge thing, that if we could get help in any way for that, that would be, that's actually the busiest time of the year is September into October. Really hard to see how that's going to go without having anybody there. And then visitor information, we really want to be there for the public. We want to serve as well as we can. So somehow partnering to be able to provide that, even being able to open one of the offices in the Roaring Fork Valley at some point would be amazing. Even having help answering phones and that kind of stuff. And there's different ways that something like that could go. But that's help that we could definitely use as well. We're already doing this, but additional coordination with wildlife management. So we'll be looking to open space and trails. I think the sheriff's office is going to get more calls than they have in the past, because we're not going to be able there to kind of field some of those. So that, and in addition, I think that a few things. I don't look to right now for our wilderness and trails program. I think that we're past the point of being able to really like add additional staffing or change that. And I think we'll come back around when hopefully things pick up and change. We'll be able to bring some more people in and put some more effort towards that. And right now in our dispersed program, I think we're doing a really good job of sitting down and having conversations with Open Space and Trails, with Brian, with Alex, about potential solutions that I know you guys are talking about as well. So I think we're in an okay place, a different place, but an okay place as well. But a couple more places where I think we could use help is in that wildland fuels area. I would really like to be able to provide that for the community, to say, here we are, you identify a project that's really necessary and helpful, and if it's you know, using Forest Service lands, I'd love to be able to say, I got a solution for you. Here's how we can do that. Take a year, a little bit, something like that, but we can do it. And so I think that if anyone's interested, working with the Wildfire Collaborative to consider funding through a third-party NEPA contractor, the work that we were talking about would be a stroke that would be something that that I would love to see. I don't want to be in that situation where we're holding projects back, good projects like that. If anyone thinks that they would like to keep that air quality program going, I'm sure that we could, and they had the funds to be able to do that. I think it'd be a great stroke to be able to keep that going as well. God, I could keep going, but I think that's probably more than Francie can handle.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to your next visit. So much fun.
I do want to say we really appreciate the support that we have gotten from Pitkin County, from City of Aspen, from others that have reached out. And I think that I actually, one more ask that I ask of folks is if you are out there and you're recreating and you see anybody with a Forest Service uniform on, just tell them thanks, because it's been tough. Tell them thank you for the work that they're doing. They really appreciate it. So.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I noticed you're not in uniform today. Now I know why.
Thank you all. We do appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Kevin.
Yeah.
So can you pat yourself on the back for Sunnyside?
Sunnyside was amazing. I can't pat just us. It's a huge collaboration with a big group of folks. But Sunnyside, thank you. Thanks to everyone for supporting us. I know that there has continued to be a little bit of smoke every once in a while, and that gets
Keeping
people
us on our toes.
Keeps you on your toes. I know, and so I really appreciate everything you guys have done, both Aspen Fire, dispatch, continuing to field those calls. Those spots of smoke are in good places, and where there's very little opportunity for them to go anywhere. We had our folks out there again just late last week looking at it to make sure. They'll continue to do that until there's no more hot spots out there. So, yeah.
From my office upstairs.
Yeah, it was a good one, huh?
So,
It was quite freaky looking at Red Mountain on fire.
Kevin, I just really wanted to thank you for that report. I really wasn't expecting it, but because it makes us realize how dire things are right now. For most of us, we go through our daily lives and we can sort of compartmentalize. I know you cannot do that. And so I think it's important, really important for the public to understand how dire things are, especially where we live, where 84% of our lands are now.
Yeah,
going
and
to
Francie,
change.
definitely wasn't trying to specifically paint a dire picture, just trying to give you guys the facts of where we are at right now at this time.
Yeah.
And that is where we're at right now.
Craig?
Before we end this, I would just love to have an appeal from both of us, our board and you, to the public, to be careful, to be responsible, to be vigilant, because it's going to be on them to a great extent to be looking after their public resources. As we try to wrestle with this, the task you have is just immense with the reduced staffing. We're going to do our best to help out as best we can, but I really think we need to appeal to the public to look after their forests and be thoughtful, and if you see something, say something. If you see a fire pit that might be warm, put it out yourself. We can't wait for other people to come along and fix it. This is coming down to taking care of our own backyard now, and I'm hoping that we can make a message of some sort to put that out to the public.
Yeah, I think if there's an opportunity we have, I think that personal stewardship is one of those. Personal stewardship of your public lands is an opportunity that we have to communicate right now. It's like, let's all continue to work together the best we can to do the best thing we can for these lands that provide us clean water, clean air, recreational opportunities, and a whole plethora of other things. So I agree. Thanks, Greg.
Thank you.
So I'm going to do the unusual thing, which is this is a work session, and we've got a few other people in the room. Will or Kendra or Gary, did you want to add to Kevin, Sam, and Jennifer's presentations? And you can say no, that's okay too.
Is it okay with?
Well, Will's here for it.
Kevin
We've
might be
just got.
nervous, but-
All I can say is that, I'm Gary Tenenbaum, Director of Pickens County Open Space and Trails, and what we're trying to do and what we really want everyone to know is that we all have to, no one ever knows the boundaries between open space and Forest Service and BLM, no one knows them. So the reality is we all have to work together on it. So I feel like, this community is going to step up. And I feel it that we're going to step up. I mean, I know tomorrow there's a cool meeting to try to do that. But we support the Forest Service. The county has supported the Forest Service. We have put a lot of funds into this, and we'll be back with more information on how to help the Forest Service in the future. But you as elected officials have to make that huge choice of how far you want to go with it, because we want the federal government to handle the federal lands. So that's going to be the big question going forward. But we are doing everything in our power to help, and we're trying to be their voice. And because we can speak and we can tell people what the reality is out there. And I give Kevin a lot of credit for saying what he did today, and hopefully there's like 7 different newspaper articles coming out on this tomorrow. So hopefully that that gets people to realize that it's up to them to do the right thing. And so I'm hopeful. I'll be optimistic for now.
Thank you, Gary.
Thanks.
So, and David Peshenchek, I'm sorry I didn't introduce you as well, from RAFTA is here. If you had any comments regarding e-bike charging on the way to the Maroon Bells.
You don't mean charging the
Charging for
e-bike, you mean
e-bikes.
charging the e-bike.
Bicycles
should
with
we let-
batteries.
Plug in at the T-Lazy.
Patty.
So should we let our next people let us know that we're,
Lisa's giving me the head nod that she's good with this conversation. So we gave her a heads up about 30 minutes ago. So, yeah, she's aware. Sorry, David. Floor
Oh,
is
no
yours.
worries. I'm Dave Pesnicek. I'm the Chief Operating Officer with RAFTA. On the charging for e-bikes, from RAFTA's perspective, we saw a big spike in conflict between bikes and buses, particularly after the pandemic and during the pandemic when visitor usage really spiked. We haven't seen, there's definitely conflict, but it hasn't been to the same extent that it has been in previous years. So from our perspective, I think the charging it's in the Forest Service court in terms of whether fees are charged, but it does fall under our contract. So we would be putting out that RFP. We would officially be responsible for that. So we recognize the need for it, and I think that we support the direction.
So given Kevin's presentation, can we double the remittance back from RAFTA to the U.S. Forest Service from 65 cents to $1.30 for the next couple of years?
Well, so this is another item I think is going to be coming before a number of different bodies. Is we charge, so all of the money that comes through us for parking, that is all remitted back to the Forest Service. So we're just a pass-through for that, minus the amount that goes to the vendor to actually administer the system. On the shuttle side, we're looking to break even on it. That's really our goal. We're not looking to make money on this system or on this service. But what we are seeing is an increase in costs on our end. So I think that we're going to need to be having a conversation probably in the next year or so about how do we both make sure that we're covering our costs and the Forest Service is also meeting their requirements. So it's a more complex situation than I think even what you've heard from Kevin here, and we're going to need to continue to have those conversations.
Excellent, thank you. Alex or Brian, anything we missed?
We did receive the Highway Safety Improvement Grant.
that's right.
$202.6 million, so I just wanted to remind you.
That was great, thank you.
Thank you all for this afternoon, and
I do have a
Patty.
question. Is there a thought that we may have to close the Maroon Bells? Actually, I'm being serious, because if we cannot provide public safety, transportation, health safety issues up there, I mean, because we don't have the funds locally, we don't have the volunteers that are capable of running the system up there, et cetera, that is a possibility if it's possible. I think the public needs to know that. That's how dire this is becoming.
I think there's a couple of ways that this board could look at that, and I'll leave some of that up to Brian, but also I'll just speak to the Forest Service part. I've been told by our regional forester that we will not close the Maroon Bells scenic area for the summer. So we will find a way to somehow staff it at a level that is adequate enough to meet the basics
The fundamentals that I mentioned.
of public safety and such. And as one of you pointed out, the road is the county's.
It's the county road.
And so I can't speak to that specifically, so. But that's what I've been told, is we will do what we need to do to provide for that.
We
those
need the
basics.
public to step up to the plate and help be responsible users of our forests.
So further questions for the U.S. Forest Service?
Didn't mean to put you in that awkward
Brian,
position.
thank you.
Thank you.
Alex, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thanks.
Remember to smile.
I'll see you tomorrow, Kevin.
Yeah.
Thing here.
Sounds good.
Yeah, no.
Fill my water bottle. Stay hydrated.
No, it's great.
Are we going through full
Oh, that was
presentations
so
of these three
depressing.
grants?
I'm going to try to get us back on schedule.
You're like almost an hour behind schedule.
It's all right, it's
No,
Tuesday.
I have a strange feeling that was.
Hi, Sam. I'm good, how are you?
I don't either, but we have people waiting, and I'm out of here at 5 o'clock, so I have a hard stop at 5. Oh, only.
Can you? I can, yeah. I'm gonna sit there and do it for you.
No, I think we should have.
And we hope you enjoyed the last conversation. We didn't feel it was worth it. I turned it off so we could talk to these guys.
Let's go.
It's mine off.
Oh, sorry. Apologies. And I'm going to be the worst chair ever, so we're going to just try to get back on time because we have interviewees coming up. But we value what you're doing and respect it, and I really appreciate your sitting through.
Do you want me to cut this short? Do
we-
you want me to
we
skip
want you to,
slides?
like-
Read the packets. We do
Yeah.
read our packets.
Okay,
You guys
okay.
put together
Short
great
summary.
information.
Yeah.
Okay,
I loved it.
well, thank you. Yeah, we're excited.
Yeah.
Well, I'll start off. Should I start?
Introduce
Okay,
yourselves,
I'm
please.
Sam Richings-Germain. I'm the director of Marble Charter School, and I've brought with me today Lucy Unovich, who's our, she's going to be our peak middle school teacher next year. So our grant application was for our peak middle school program, and this is something new that we're doing this year, is trying to create a more meaningful learning experience for kids and to get them outside more often. I think what's important for you to know is that I always start off with who is Marble Charter School. We are a free public school. We are in Gunnison County. We're a district authorized charter school, so we're also in the Gunnison Watershed School District, but we're really cut off a lot from Gunnison County and Gunnison Watershed School District. We have a third of our students that live in Redstone and in Pitkin County, and that's been a trend we've seen for many years. And we have a bus service that goes to Carbondale, so we do service the entire Crystal River Valley. We're a small school. We're K-8. We have multi-age classrooms, 35 to 50 students, really engaged volunteer board, and a really devoted staff and just community and awesome kids. We really value nature. Our parents tell us that that's the number one reason why they send their kids to school, is that they get to be outside and close to nature. And so outdoor education is a really important part of our program, and that's something that we really want to grow. The other piece of this program is that it's going to utilize and leverage our local partnerships. So we see a lot of people doing a lot of great work, and we want to be able to partner with them to provide those experiences for our students, not just once a year, but in kind of a more in-depth way, so that they get to go a little deeper with their learning. So our request is for about $29,000 total. We'd like to be able to develop our Marble Peak courses and our program. So in particular, we'd like to be able to spend the time together developing the curriculum for a water course, I'm calling them courses, a snow course, and the fire course. The water course is mostly developed because we received a Pitkin County Healthy Rivers grant 2 years ago for that course, and it kind of set us in motion to do this other work. We'd like to do some teacher training. We see a need to get our teachers to have wilderness first responder training and wilderness first aid, as well as project-based learning training, so that we can design our curriculum in a meaningful way, some travel to go along with that. We also would like to stipend our teachers for all of their hard work this summer, and to treat them like the professionals they are and not have them do this work for free. We also see that we need a little equipment, so we'd like to buy some backpacking equipment and some snow study equipment to help us launch this program and these courses specifically. And then again, talking about those partnerships, being able to pay those partners for some of the work that they'll do with our students specifically, but also in terms of the curriculum development. I just want to point out PEAK means project-based, experiential, action-oriented knowledge work is where that acronym comes from, and it's really about just providing those connected, meaningful experiences. And so this is the 3-year overview of what those courses would look like and how they go together with other courses as well, plus the 4-week-long outdoor ed trips that we would like to offer our 6th through 8th grade students starting next year. So.
Okay, first of all, you rock for going through that so quickly.
Well, thank you.
Thank you. Really appreciate it.
Yeah.
And second, I kind of want to go back to school now. Can you go back one slide?
I get a lot of those.
That's pretty powerful.
Yeah.
So questions for Sam and Lucy? Patty?
Yeah, real quick, as part of the discussion with the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, we've supported this in the past. I think the best way to start out in preserving our environment is to educate our children, who then educate their parents and their grandparents. But I'm just wondering the split between how much of this is really related to, and I also believe we need to have the kids' outdoor experiences, since my brother-in-law did start the outdoor ed at Austin school district. How much of this is really geared towards things that are directly related to healthy rivers and streams?
Right. Well, I'm Lisa McDonald. I'm with the Healthy Rivers program. Lisa Tasker had an emergency today, so I found out like about an hour and a half, 2 hours ago that I was going to cover for her today. So I wanted to introduce myself. And I think the board, part of our mission is education, so I think they're
So it's a
very-
broader umbrella. I just
Mhm,
want to
mhm.
clarify that.
Yep.
So we are appropriately using Healthy Rivers and
Absolutely.
Streams funds within our mandate.
Yes.
Can I answer a little bit of that too? But just because these courses specifically are going to be direct, like if we get, getting this funding means that we can now design the courses to meet the board goals. And I think we see that there's a lot of value. We just spent an hour talking about it too, coming down, just about how, by going deeper with students, we're going to really be able to get them to understand the value of healthy rivers through the snow course, through the fire course, through the water course specifically.
You can tie it all together.
Tying it all together, and those will be 6 to 8 week in-depth courses that students will participate
Thank you.
in.
Okay, welcome, Sam.
Thanks.
I'm wondering how much you're asking of Gunnison County for this program.
I have asked money for Gunnison County. We're actually doing a remodel on our historic building, as well as we've been doing a lot of grant writing for supporting our social emotional program this year. So I've asked them for money to support both of those I haven't received any funds for either of those, but I have not specifically asked them for this.
Well, I'm a little concerned about Picken County being the funder of this. I know a third of your students come from Picken County, but if we offered a program like this to everybody in Picken County, it would be about $47 million. So I think it's quite a bit of money for each of your students. I imagine you have 10 or 12 in middle school?
Yeah, trying to use it to boost enrollment.
I mean, I believe in outdoor education. That's a given. But I am concerned about picking out one school that's in the Gunnison County School District and funding it. I don't know whether that's going to turn into a no vote or not. I'm interested in hearing a little bit more and hearing what other commissioners have to say. But it does concern me that Gunnison County is not involved.
Yeah, sure. I think I have the same concerns I've heard from Patty and Francie, that, and I appreciate the Healthy Rivers Board stretching as much as they can to support your education programs. Clearly, we're doing that with other agencies too. But the camping gear and the wilderness first responder seems slightly tangential. It could be argued that it's certainly part of preparing to do this program. I just want to make sure the Healthy Rivers Fund umbrella would cover all of this.
The board was, am I back on?
You're on.
Did they have a discussion about this?
They did not specifically, not that I recall for that meeting. They went more with Sam's presentation, and they didn't get into that information. I think they all, their comments and everything are included in your packet.
Sure.
And
yeah, I read them.
Basically
Thanks.
supported the project.
Right. Yeah, that's what I saw. It's slightly eyebrow raising, only that it seems a little tangential. I support the education. It's the best education I have was outward bound, of course, we can say, coming out of the schools here. And so I'm fond of the Valley, and I'm fond of the experience. I wonder if Healthy Rivers funding is the right funding for that. I don't want to stress it. If the Healthy Rivers Board is convinced it's the right thing to do, I'm willing to go along with them, and I think that's the right way to go. I agree with Francie that when an ask like this comes to us, we always want to know who else is in, and any donor wants to know who else is donating, right?
I have applied for a Aspen Ski-Co Environmental Foundation grant as well. So.
Right, great, yeah. So I would. It'd be great to see that Gunnison County sees their value in this and is putting something into it. That would be really easier for me to move forward with it. Having said all that, I support what you're doing and want to support it. I hope every other school in the community doesn't come to us with a similar ask for camping gear.
I understand, yeah, and I mean, we're grateful for whatever, any kind of support that we can get. And I will just say that these courses, we're happy to share anything with any other schools, and we hope that we can kind of, show some innovation and develop some courses that other people would want to use as well, not just those of us in our little part of Gunnison County. So
Great, thanks.
it could be benefiting more students and Pickens County students.
Lynn, final words,
I have another.
and then Patty.
Okay. Well, I just want to add that the river is the heart of Marble. Like, our students are so connected. I've been working with the preschoolers for years, and we've already spent countless hours this season in the river, on the river, building, exploring, learning through nature. And it's just so ingrained in the rhythm that we have in Marble. We learn about the seasonal streams, the flooding, the rock slides, and these are things that are ingrained in our kids from the time that they can walk. They know exactly what to look out for when we're down there, what animal prints, and the idea that we can move this knowledge to servitude. How can we serve our environment, not just for our Marble community, but that whole river that stretches beyond our means, and that's just like a vision of community that we have out there, that we're a tiny school. We have so much heart, and that heart just pours out from us into the environments that we go on into later in life. And I feel like our middle schoolers are in such a good transitional spot to grow their knowledge from beyond what the river, what our community offers me, to what I can bring with me from Marble to when I go to high school in Carbondale or wherever they plan on going next.
All of our students do, yeah, end up in the valley somewhere.
Can I tag onto that real quick? I'll be very short. I really appreciate hearing that. That's great. And what I'm hoping for is that the tradition and the legacy of fierce advocacy for nature and the river and wildlands continues. And we have a rich history in our community and yours as well of people who really put it out there. And so I'm hoping every one of these kids realizes that's part of their mission. Let's bake it into their DNA. Thank you.
Lisa McDonald. We're ready for the next.
No, you didn't.
Oh, Patty, you were going to
You
Patty
forgot
next.
me.
I walked on.
Patty Clapper, you're next.
I too would like to see an outreach to Gunnison. I think, we're in it together, and the river starts there and flows through us. So I think reaching out to Gunnison is appropriate, not for the school improvements or any of that, but for this program. I think Gunnison County commissioners may find a way to pitch in some dollars. So I think that would be great, and having us be part of it will help you, I think, with your efforts to convince them.
It does, so thank you.
The other thing is, I myself would like to see other schools come to us. I know we have another one here today that's educating our youth throughout the state, that Pen Pal program. So I would like it if we were reaching out, if other schools were reaching out to us, and that you are willing to share what you've learned and where you're going and where you've been. I think would be important for them, that it helps to make a program at their level or for their needs at other schools a little easier if they can learn from others. So it's a collaborative effort when educating our youth in all matters these days. So so I am going to support this for the amount asked, with the request that you do a serious outreach to Gunnison County.
So, Francie.
Yeah, well, Sam knows this, but I was a teacher for a really long time, and for 13 years I worked with no raise, and I was under the median income. So, it was paycheck to paycheck for many years being a teacher, and I would love to see that system change, and if it has to change by coming to counties to make things more possible, that's one alternative. I think it's outrageous how little pay teachers make in our state. We're not a shining example of well-paid teachers in the United States. So, I don't think anybody's ever thought about going to the county before and asking for this kind of thing. I was surprised when Marble Charter School came last time. In fact, not sure I supported it, as I recall. And I don't know how we're going to change the system. Maybe we never will. We'll just go on with this insane education system that we have. But I think Gunnison County needs to step up. That's my bottom line.
Sam and Lucy, thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you. I think we have Megan Dean next. And Will, I don't know who's with you, otherwise I would say I apologize. Will Roush, I know, is with us. I don't know who your colleague is.
Oh, I'm Michael.
Michael, good to see you. Apologies.
The
We
Michael
had a
Gorman.
guest speaker that went a little long, but you guys were here for that, and I,
Yeah, a lot of conversation.
yeah, so we appreciate it. And Rio again and Charlotte, we're running a little late. We had a guest star.
You know what, I already have this.
Awesome. Thank you.
Okay, I'll take it back.
Thank you.
Yeah. I think we already got them.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So, and Megan Dean,
I've been there.
Megan Dean, the same advice we gave to Sam and Lucy, which is, we're running a little behind, so if you could slide
And we do read our
faster.
packet.
Great, great. I can go quick.
Thank you.
So I have to slow myself down. I talk really fast usually, but I'll harness that.
Well done.
Thank you for having me. Megan Dean, Director of Education for Roaring Fork Conservancy. Next slide. The first part of the grant ask is for focus on development and revision and ongoing focus on current issues with our education and with our programming in the Valley. I think most of you are familiar with our programming and our watershed education, so I won't go extensively into our background, but we like to include current issues, current focuses in the Valley, current struggles with our watershed. Some of the ways that we do that is we currently just started doing a Trout in the Classroom program, and we've been able to link that to water temperatures, really helping students understand that not watering when it's hot and sunny is a much better way to ensure that the trout that we help them fall in love with stay viable in our rivers. And sometimes they do that through actually taking temperatures of various areas within our watershed. Sometimes it's through visual aids, but we like to keep all that current, so that just requires current and constant revision. Also speaking with teachers and making sure that we're in line with district needs and school individual needs and missions has really helped ensure that teachers continue to come back to us and make our programming a priority, even when they struggle with busing and transportation and funding. We do everything we can to not have those things be obstacles in program delivery. And the last year we were able to offer our programs because of funding, support, and donations at no cost to teachers, which was just such an amazing step for us. I was incredibly excited to do that, and it really helped with teachers' commitment levels. So last year we were able to teach 287 education programs totaling over 6,500 contacts. I sleep a lot at night because I'm tired after teaching that many students. But it's worth it, and I love it, and I definitely have help. This is a student that joined us from Aurora. So her family came out last summer for our first Meet Your Headwaters program, and I'll get into that a little bit, but she fell in love with macroinvertebrates, the base of our river systems, and I just love when the conversation changes from ew, gross to, oh, they're so cool. That's my favorite. It never gets old. So in creating change, what really helps, and I think what drives it down into that fundamental inner narrative of every time you use water, really questioning why I'm using it. That comes from creating rich and diverse and very deep experiences. So the current schools we have year-long programs with they're all acronyms. Cypress Elementary School, Basalt Middle School, Basalt Elementary School, Glenwood Springs Elementary School, Two Rivers Community School, Mount Cypress Preschool, and the Waldorf School. And then we also are in most of the other schools, Aspen Middle School, Aspen High School in the Valley. We have a touch point, not every single year in every school, but we get pretty close so that we can create that understanding and just kind of that baseline of I always tell kids to look at their veins and notice the pattern between their veins and watershed maps that we're looking at and how important that is to us being here.
That's great.
The Watershed Pen Pal program, which is the third portion of this grant ask, has really grown. It's become an incredible program that definitely exceeded my initial thoughts and brainstorming. There is a short little, let's see if I can get it to play here. I don't know if it'll play or not.
How short is the question?
You're welcome to share.
It's like a
it.
minute and a half.
You're welcome to share it with Lisa McDonald, and we'll all watch it
Okay.
individually.
I can do that. Greg, you're gonna love it.
I'm sure. I can't
You
wait.
are. You're going to
I
love it.
can't
So we are currently working with Fly Lords. It's a video production company that do global videos with fly fishing, and they reached out to us because they were interested in doing a conservation project. And with funding from Healthy Rivers and from the Colorado Water Conservation Board, we've been able to secure a filming sequence and storyline that we're hoping to wrap up next October. They have a short trailer currently. They've been coming to classes with me. They ventured over to Aurora with me and spent a day with me teaching those students. It's been pretty incredible. We also had a Christy Bodie with MoxieCran Film Production, who has a contract with PBS, Rocky Mountain PBS, also wants to feature this program in a documentary that she's making. So that's incredibly exciting. She spent a day with me a couple weeks ago at Basalt Middle School filming students and the programming, and she'll be returning for our Meet Your Headwaters program this summer to watch the students from Aurora interact with our rivers and our headwaters and go rafting. So that is incredibly exciting. I think we've reached over, that number's lower than what it currently is, but definitely over 600 participants over the last 4 years. One of the exciting things that happened since I last saw all of you is that the group of students from Aurora that came last summer were able to do a presentation at the SEAM building. That's the Water Municipal Building in Aurora, and they presented to the Citizen Advisory Commission for the Aurora City Council and water managers, and the general manager came, which was amazing. He's not an easy person to get any airtime with. And they presented and had a whole slideshow on why headwaters are important, why conservation's important, why good water uses are important. And they were able to develop that from taking photographs and doing journal entries. And they were very well received. It was interesting being in the Aurora Water Building. It's a very unique marriage. So these are some pictures of those students last summer. We have students lined up for this summer as well, so we'll be repeating this program. And in the left-hand corner, you can see the standing display wall. That has so far toured 4 places in Aurora, the library, the municipal building, the Aurora Water Building, the school that those students attend, and it's currently on a picture I gave you here, residing in the CSU Spur Hydro Building in Denver. So we were able to get it on exhibit there so it can be available and open to communities that come up from all over the Front Range. And that display highlights really the conservation and the ecological components of our headwaters and why it's important that they continue to have the water flows that they need. So, yes. if you-
Questions for
open to
Emily?
questions. Hopefully I went really fast.
Questions for
I love
Emily
it.
Dean.
I love that you used to come to the community school. I hope you still do.
I do, yeah. They're actually, I was getting their program ready before I came. They're coming to
Thank you,
us
Dean.
tomorrow.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would support this totally.
Wonderful, thank you.
Is that a hand?
I just have a comment. I think it's a great program. And I wish it went to my kids' elementary school, my grandkids' elementary school, Stamp Valley, but maybe we have to work on that.
What school?
My grandson's at Crystal River.
Okay.
And my granddaughter's at Sopris, and my other grandson at Sopris Elementary.
So we do have the program at Sopris Elementary as well.
Oh, you do?
Yes, it's the 4th grade, and they were actually able to meet their pen pals this year when they went down to visit the History Museum.
Well, my granddaughter will be in 3rd grade, and we'll work
Okay.
on 4th. But
All right.
yeah, oh, that's great. I'll ask her if she knows it. She usually knows what's going on at her school. And I just think it's so ironic that here we are sharing this great educational program about Meet Your Headwaters, et cetera, with Aurora. Of all places.
Who takes our water?
I know, I want to say, meet where your water is coming from, Aurora, because, so it's just so ironic that it's Aurora that's jumped on the bandwagon with us.
It was
I think
very
it's great.
purposeful.
I know, it's perfect. Thank you very much.
Welcome.
I'm going to ask my granddaughter, I'll call her tonight.
I was going to say, the entire intent is to educate the kids on the Front Range about where their water comes from, so.
Especially
it's-
Aurora.
Yeah, especially, so it's intentional, and I think that part's really important. I certainly will continue to support it also, and I think it's great to see what you're doing, and I can't wait to watch the video.
Yes, I'm excited about it as well. And I'll also send you, the PBS documentary won't be finished, I think, she sees that taking a year, because she has some other groups around the state that she's working with as well.
Hopefully we'll still have Rocky Mount PBS.
Great.
Megan, thank you.
Thanks, Megan.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
You're welcome, thank you for your support.
Thank you. And again, apologies for the sort of
The rush.
It's okay, it's important, very important.
Great. I think up next we have Wilderness Workshop.
Victim.
Cool. Thanks for joining us. And again, I hope you enjoyed the earlier conversation. We apologize if our scheduling might have been a little.
No problem at all.
Thank you.
And we can go relatively quick. So I'm Will Roush, I'm our executive director.
And I'm Michael Gorman, our campaign director.
We can go to the next slide. So as you all are likely familiar, this is a grant request for our work in partnership with the county. Oh, thank you. And a number of other folks to protect the Crystal River with the Wild and Scenic designation. I want to be quick, but I also want to thank the county and the Healthy Rivers Board, and in particular Bill Yocums, who I think may be terming off the board, for all the work over the years of partnership on this. I'm going to do a quick introduction and then turn it over to Michael, who's really leading this work, to talk about the work. I guess the main thing I'd highlight right now, apropos of the conversation you all were just having, there's obviously a number of threats to our public lands and waters and land management agencies. While we're, engaging on those very significantly, we also sincerely believe in the value of long-term proactive work to protect these special places ahead of time, and that's where this work comes in. So we're not going to drop some really good, important long-term work just because there's, equally pressing defensive work and threats to our public lands. Another way to think about it is this is a really good opportunity to lay the foundation for eventual legislation and protection. So we're going to take full opportunity of the time we have. We know our.
Hear you, Will. I'm sorry.
We know our.
It's not, no, you have
Oh,
to
okay,
talk into
sorry.
the room.
All right,
Just in
I'll
the
talk
room.
more to you and less to the mic.
Thank you. Thank you.
We know our senators and Congress care a lot about what the community thinks and a robust stakeholder process. So we're, taking the time to get it right and really work with the community. You'll hear more about that from Michael. I think I'll just leave it at that and turn it over to Michael to talk about kind of the next step in this work that you all have been funding for several years.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks, Will. And I'll try to cram this in quickly. I crammed a lot into the grant, so just wanted to use this to kind of add a little more context on kind of where we are right now, how we got here in this process, where we see this going, and then the actual work that we need to get there and what we're asking for funding to complete. So yeah, as Pickens County knows, this is a long time effort, and the county's been involved for a long time and very supportive. So yeah, again, thank you for that. And kind of at this current process that we're in now, this stakeholder process, the county is one of the 4 co-chairs, along with Gunnison County, Town of Marble, and the River District. And as part of this process, just last year, the stakeholder group got to a consensus agreement, a consensus recommendation on basically moving forward on 3 approaches, one of those being wild and scenic. And this was a big deal. This took a lot of work to get there, and that's created this subcommittee, which has basically been where all of our focus has been over the last year. A lot of it's kind of behind the scenes, but working in this stakeholder group in this process, that we've now been chartered. Our group has formed a charter and kind of been tasked with 2 main things here: our further exploration of the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, and then actually developing a wild and scenic proposal for the Crystal that addresses this list of consensus values and criteria that we've come up with. So that's a list of 14 values that any proposal needs to adhere to these. So these are things like healthy river ecosystem, protecting the natural hydrograph and spring runoff flows, private property rights, agriculture values, and things like that. So our group has been spending the last year really digging into some shared learning and joint fact-finding on the Wild and Scenic Rivers Act, how it addresses those things in standard legislative language, and then kind of figuring out where we have some room for some flexibility in our own proposal, and how we can address all of these values there. So we're starting that and digging in deeper part now, where we're looking at things like river health and private property, and really looking at the act itself, the policy behind the act, and then how the agencies implement that policy. So we've been hearing from agency staff, legislative experts, and people who've worked on other wild and scenic efforts, and really kind of figuring out how to make this work here for our specific community and the needs that have been identified. So that's where we're at now. We're kind of moving now into this upcoming work, which is focusing mostly on wrapping up this wild and scenic subcommittee process and coming up with a product, right? A report that we can use to show our work, kind of document everything that we've come up with, and lay out how we got there. And then when we have this report, be able to use that as a foundation for legislation. So basically ask our senators to turn that into a legislative package for us. And so the work there to get us there is completing the work in the stakeholder process right now. The subcommittee is currently working to hire a third-party, a neutral facilitator. That's through separate funding, a separate effort there. But that's the work that I've been doing along with my co-chairs at EcoFlight and American Whitewater. So I'm excited there because getting this facilitator will really give us the space to step back from the facilitation role and really step into role as advocates. We're an advocacy group. We are now becoming experts in this process and this proposal. So a lot of that work now will get to be us getting to focus on really advocating for the protections that we want to see, making sure those are included in this report and subsequent legislation. And then, the fun part of being an advocates group, which is when we have this final product, this, tangible vision in hand, we get to do some organizing around that and some communications. So, that's going to look like doing comms and organizing around this report, educating the community and the public on what's in it, and then, really building up some momentum and some support to advocate for this report to get turned into legislation and go through the legislative process. So that part's really exciting. I also put in the in-stream flow work here, which I talk about more in the grant, but that's important, I think, to note here because that is also a big chunk of our work in the other one of the other subcommittees. Working on that at the state level, but it's also likely going to be a key part of wild and scenic language. So really working hard to make sure these two approaches mesh and can be compatible with each other. So whatever we do in the in-stream flow committee needs to work and be compatible with the work we're doing in the legislative work on this side. So I think I'll leave it there and just kind of end by just saying that, we're really excited to come up with a tangible product here. It's been a lot of work building up to this. And just, acknowledge it is it's a long process and it is easy to get distracted at times like these. And we're still committed to this long-term work and really doing the work that needs to be done now in order to have a viable legislative proposal. And I'll just leave it on here. These are the 14, what do we call them, values and criteria that we've agreed to uphold in our proposal.
Questions from Michael and Will?
Yeah, I have a
Patty.
question, and Francie, I think you can probably help me with this in talking with our legal counsel as to the possibility of success with legislation on this, at least in the next 2 years, if not longer. And are we, I don't think we should stop the effort. I'm just, concerned about, I don't know.
You're considering a pause?
Well, I think we need to be prepared, but I don't want to be pessimistic. But after the Forest Service just talked with us, and after all of our discussions about protection of public lands and environment and on the use of the words ecology, with federal grants and funding and federal anything support, I just want to hear what you have to say about that.
I think it's a really good question. I think you're absolutely right not to be optimistic about passing a wild and scenic rivers bill in the next, certainly 2 years and potentially 4 years. As Michael and I said, though, a lot of the work gets done before the bill
Right.
really starts to move through Congress and passes and it, moves through some of the committees. And so we want to continue doing that now so that we're ready whenever that political opportunity arises. There's plenty of work to do over the next, certainly 2 years. The other thing, though, I'll say is that our most recent and significant, wilderness and wild and scenic bill passed during the last Trump administration, the Dingell Act. And that, there's lots of different reasons why that happened, but I think the main takeaway there is, one, they'd done a lot of work over the years to be ready, and then you never know what the political opportunity will be. These bills don't pass as standalone bills. They get attached to much larger packages and initiatives. There's been public lands bills that have been part of defense authorization acts. So the short story is you want to be ready so that whenever our senators and other champs in Congress see an opportunity for the horse trading and ability to attach, whether it's this or something like the CORE Act, which the county also protects, that you're ready to go and you're as far along in the process as possible.
I've worked on a bill that got passed through Congress, and it wasn't an easy process.
Yeah.
And, they're always looking at the Farm Bill. We can toss, the Farm Bill, sometimes you're like, why is this in the Farm
Why
Bill?
is this exactly?
Yeah,
So
but that's where they end up.
if
Yeah.
there's an opportunity, we want to be ready for it.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, this is a small ask compared to what we've already put into this project. And I do think it would be good to get to a point where we have a document that we can recommend, and then maybe consider a pause until the politics align a little bit more favorably for us. But I do think taking this process to a logical expression of where we've been, what we've got, and this is what we want to do, and I want to support this, but then when the time is right, I want to see something happen. It's been painfully long, dreadfully drawn out, and we haven't had any real cogent opposition to our opposition. And so before we have meetings again with everybody at the table, I would love to have a plan for dealing with the two main people that I'm talking about. And so I would just like to see some progress after we finish this and wait a little bit till the politics change. That's where I'm at, but I would definitely support this. And also I think it'll free you guys up to do other things in the meantime. If we can cover this with a little bit of money, then that frees you up to work on other projects.
Further questions from Michael or
Just
Will?
want to ask, when do you plan to deliver to Bennett, and will he still be there?
Yeah, so our hope is to wrap up and have this report within like 10, 11 months.
No,
We've kind
he
of
won't
mapped
say that.
out. We've mapped out, a number of things we still need to cover and issues that we know we need to address. And then, the nice thing about this report is, we can, we'll certainly give it to them, and it gives us something to have in hand for whatever comes after that.
Right, great.
Well,
Patty.
we usually, what we did with the Rhine Land Exchange was we had the bill written. We took a copy of a draft bill with us to Washington to get sponsorship. So that's what you would need to do with this report. And by the time it gets to that point, Senator Bennett probably will not be in Washington. So,
But his successor will be inclined in the same way that he is,
well,
I'm sure.
yes, we would hope, and with whoever that
We would
might
hope.
be. And Hickenlooper's up also, so we hope that, because I know he's been supportive. So, it is not easy, but we're here to help.
Yeah, and with all that, again, kind of the further along you are, sort of the better in any of those transitions.
Yep.
So whether it, if this happens right around
And
the
then,
transition.
Oh, we got to get it done. Let's
Yeah.
have it done.
Yeah.
Any other wild and scenic questions for Will and Michael? Do you guys want to give a quick PSA for your meeting tomorrow at 10:30 at the 3rd Street Center while you're here?
Sure. This is a reimagined iteration of a group that used to be called the Future Forest Roundtable, which is a collection of the land management agencies, local governments, and nonprofits working primarily on forest issues, but a little bit broader. Our hope is this will include all public lands and waters, so not exclusive to the forest. A little bit apropos of the conversation that just happened, it's a conversation about how the community can best respond to, the impacts of, the lack of capacity in our land management agencies, as well as some of the threats to our public lands, and kind of think about both that short-term response of filling capacity, but also long-term, how do we, keep these agencies, healthy and doing the wonderful job of stewarding and protecting our public lands that they do.
I'll be there.
Great.
We'll
Thank
be
you,
in the
Francie.
Callaway Room?
Callaway Room Yep.
We don't have it publicly noticed, do we?
I was gonna add that to open discussion, but it is not publicly noticed, so Francie's gonna be there. Are any other commissioners going?
I guess I won't go.
I was contemplating it, but I'm not sure yet.
Well, we could go and
Yeah.
not talk to each other.
We can always go and not speak.
No, you can't not go to
we
the
need to-
meeting and not talk to each other. So
Yeah.
if
We
two are
need-
going, you and I cannot go.
Are you going, Jeffrey?
I've already
Okay,
RSVP'd.
so I'm good. I don't have to go then.
And there will be the Zoom as well.
Yep, there's a virtual option.
And recording it?
I don't think we're going to record it.
Do we have that Zoom link?
But you can't watch it.
You can watch
Thank you
it.
for the
Live.
PSA.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you
You
both
know
for
the rules.
coming.
How long have
Looking
you
forward to
been
the
sitting here?
conversation.
If the information's going to 3 commissioners at once, that's.
Lisa McDonald, thank you for all 3
No, it's
applicants.
not.
Thank you
bet.
for
You
standing in
bet.
for
You guys,
Lisa Tasker.
thanks for coming up.
Absolutely.
Thank
Thank you
you.
so much.
Thanks,
See you
Lisa.
guys. Thanks for coming.
Yeah, I'll let Abby, do we need to shut this down?
So at this point, Andorra, we're going to have a recusal from Francie Jacober for the next 2 agenda items. And she's going to enjoy an early commute on Highway 82.
Why is she recusing from Sam Cox?
I can't listen to any of them, apparently.
Then can you listen to Healthy Rivers and Stream Board meetings in the future?
Nope.
What?
So-
In the future? I just can't be involved with any of the interviews for this position.
Because of Rio.
I
Oh,
know that, but if Rio was to get appointed, would you have to recuse?
No, it's only in the appointment piece of it that she is recusing for
okay.
anyone interviewed, but
Even though
Not
there's
for the
no
board.
financial interest involved whatsoever.
But there's a different term for it. It's a something conflict. I've researched it.
Rio, thank you for your patience.
No,
And
absolutely.
I hope you joined the earlier conversation. And,
I did, actually.
yeah. And nothing like going from a water conversation to a water conversation.
I like water.
Yeah. Thank you.
No problem.
And we did have a little change. Sam was going to join virtually and he's traveling.
Okay.
So he will not be
Oh, that's
interviewed
where you're
today.
saving your time.
You know?
We'll work on rescheduling him.
Yeah. And we need a mic on you though first, sorry. Thank you, we'll see you tomorrow. Francie.
Yeah,
Thank
I'll see you tomorrow, yeah. Thanks for reminding me about that.
Okay.
Charlotte Anderson, the mic is yours. And thank you so
Okay.
much for keeping us on time. It's amazing, like how we just got it like, wow.
Well, as you know, we're continuing interviews for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board. We have 1 vacancy, and you've had 2 interviews already. And we have, we'll reschedule Mr. Cox, and we're also working on K.O. Ogilvy. And I think that was discussed, John brought that up April 22nd in the meeting that we're going to have to schedule him during a Wednesday meeting. And it looks like there aren't any land use items on May 14th, so that might be a good time. to squeeze
Kelly
it in.
won't be here on May 14th.
You won't?
Oh, no, she should be back on the 14th.
Comes back the 11th.
Yeah,
But
11th.
she's out on the 13th to go to another meeting in Denver.
Well,
Prioritize.
may have to watch some videos.
We'll miss
So,
it.
anyway, Rio is here today.
So Rio, we're gonna do this a little differently. We're gonna go straight to questions, because it's just like that kind of day, and you just don't look like the type that's gonna like, here's who I am. So in your intro, you wrote that the greatest threat since the mining era, and I want to quiz you on that. So the greatest threat since the mining era is climate change, and so just talk about water. I mean,
Well, great. I appreciate the opportunity to be here and to talk about water because I love it. Been a part of it forever, or it's been part of me forever, and what I've done in many different facets, from living with it, with agriculture and recreating on it, you know, the lifeblood of where we live, and it's a pretty unique area to get to be involved in water. So to me, I view climate change as the greatest threat existentially, not through just heightened climate itself, but through the pressures it's putting on basically our population, our state, us as a headwater state. and the effects that it's having primarily downstream from us, both sides of the divide, lower states, the pressure on our resource that ends up being their resource, I just don't think has ever been greater and under greater threat. And one of the things after listening, especially to the National Forest kind of state of the union there, is that we're entering kind of a phase here that's very uncharted. I don't know how many times that gets used with our current administration, but certainly I think we're entering kind of a phase where there's a void of actual process and leadership, which can be looked at negatively and as a threat, but I think also there's some opportunity there. And I think the opportunity is, given a void, it's probably better to step forward into that, providing solutions and providing kind of perspective from our value system to try and fill that before it gets filled with something else. And so, given the threat, and I said since the mining era, I think that it's only, I think we're still recovering from the mining era in many ways, right? Living at the base of the Crystal River, you see a storm in Coal Basin, reminds us that there's still a lot of environmental damage up there that comes down the river. So having healthy rivers and streams, I think, is not only just critical to where we live, but to everybody that lives downstream of us, to everybody on the Front Range. And so, to me, there's just an opportunity right now to kind of step into that place and try and provide leadership and some stewardship, and to set a little bit of a path forward. And one of the things I've never really been that directly involved in is education. Everybody else in my family has been an educator. I've never been an educator, but to me, that component of it really kind of resonates when you hear the presentations before, where some of these funds that are actually being proactively used to try and impact future generations and pass the value system along, especially with the rest of the information that's out there right now, and the lack of trying to, or I guess more the purposeful diminishing of the conversations on a national and state basis.
Thank you for taking the bait. Thank you. Sorry.
Absolutely.
Water jokes are allowed. Greg.
Okay, yeah, heck, great, Rio, great to, I don't know if I've ever met you.
I don't know if we have in
Yeah,
person either.
I know brothers and your
Yeah.
mom. I know your mom really well. You're a rancher. You've been involved in agriculture. You're clearly a management potential for what you've been doing. You're already working in management in these companies, so it's good to have a mind like yours and interest in doing this. Here's the question I'd ask is, given the choice, how would you strike the balance between water for agriculture and water for development and water for conservation? Where's the balance?
I think that's a really great question, and I'm not sure I know the answer, or I'm not sure that there is a great answer to it. I think it's probably best addressed case by case. I'll give you my priority list that I personally see as uses for water. Just coming from my value system, I would probably go, wildlife, agriculture, community, ecology. I'm using the values here, and so to me, I think each of those uses needs to be weighed on its merit. So I think it's actually in the details when you actually are looking at the balance. If there's a direct conflict between agriculture and ecology, I think the merits have to be weighed. What is the agricultural use? Are we allocating and are we actually using the agricultural water as efficiently as possible? Is there a way to balance it where, I'm a huge advocate for continuing to increase the efficient use of agricultural water. Huge proponent of maintaining agricultural water rights. I do think that there's a large amount of untapped technology and efficiency that can be implemented. To me, that would be, as far as I know, for Healthy Rivers and Streams, a little bit of an untapped maybe direction to kind of put some resources to, coming from the agricultural world, NRCS does a really good job of promoting efficient use. There's some places that are very open to implementing those kind of things. I think our valley is somewhere in the middle. We have some people that are very open to it, and I think we still use a lot of pretty prehistoric techniques that could be improved and be very beneficial to the watershed in general. So to me, I think it has to be merit-based, and I think it has to be case by case, really.
Thanks.
Who's the smartest irrigator in the valley? Who's
I
using
can't answer
technology?
that question.
Yeah, that's a tough one.
This is being recorded.
That's a dangerous question. I thought you were asking him who's the smartest brother,
No, it's a
Jacoba brother.
technology question. Who do you think gets it? Who do you think's really just
The guy with the most money.
on the game with technology?
Patty's not wrong. Money facilitates ingenuity.
Yeah.
I wouldn't use names. I would say that the smartest irrigating techniques are probably only starting to be implemented.
Fair enough.
I think that the maturation from flood to side roll to center pivot to subsurface drip, depending on, again, it's agriculture is a really funny thing where what happens on your neighbor's property doesn't necessarily work on yours. So, case by case, I think that there's huge opportunity to make improvement across the watershed. So I think, there's a place for all of those things. There's consequences for all of them, and there's cost to all of them. So that's where I would put it.
Thanks for being open to our.
I was going to suggest the Xeriscapers really are the smartest.
They're likely the smartest. I've always said that we should probably grow more of the stuff that grows without trying.
Sagebrush.
Sagebrush, thistle.
Rabbit brush.
Rocks.
Yeah.
Xeriscaping. Didn't you sat on the ag committee though, didn't you?
Yes,
That's where I first met you. But
probably.
when I saw this, I'm like, who in the heck is Orion?
Yes.
I didn't know that was your proper name. I told your mom that's a
It
very
is,
cool
yes.
name. I like that. I just want to thank you for stepping up. You have an amazing resume. I never would have guessed. I'm like reading this going, really? That's Orion. That's not the real that I remember meeting.
No.
But yeah. So so we have interviewed 2 already. We have 1 more to go. 2 more. 2 more. Wow, we have a lot of interest. So this would be a hot
I know, that's
spot,
great.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. But anyway, I want to thank you, and I don't have any questions. Your resume is very complete,
Thank you.
and except you didn't mention the Citizens Community Development what was it called, Kara?
2025?
The Citizens.
2025? Oh, no.
2050?
No,
2050,
part
yeah,
of that, the committee
2050.
that we formed.
Colorado Community Growth Advisory
Yeah.
Committee.
That's right.
It's not on your resume.
It's Forest.
Oh,
I was reading.
that's my
looking for it.
brother.
Oh, that was Todd?
One of them. No, Forrest.
Forrest,
Yeah.
Forrest was on there.
Forrest is on that one.
But I must have met you at the house or something, because we've met.
I'm sure you
once or
have.
twice, Yeah. Which is really nice of you.
Yeah, I mean, one thing that I'm doing currently, which has actually been really eye-opening to the watershed, is we're doing, I'm sure you have seen and will continue to see, land use. There's another meeting slated for later this month that has to do with the project that I'm working on, which includes a stream and pond restoration and rejuvenation project, which has been really fun and super interesting. And I think understanding a little bit more, going through the process of regulation and kind of, I guess, regulation really, and also end user kind of expectations from these, you know, all of the watershed from the headwaters all the way down. And one of the things that I'm running into or seeing conflict in is a little bit of lack of consistency in regulation and in understanding uses from top to bottom of these watershed and streams. And so to me, that's another opportunity, I think, to try and really coalesce a little bit of, you know, how these waters get used, where the ecology works. I mean, you can do the best work you can on the top of these rivers and streams, and if it's not carried forward, then it really never resonates all the way through. So it's been pretty interesting to be a part of that.
Have you seen the river restoration project they did at, it was Aspen Valley Ranch, and then it was Suki Ranch, I
Yeah.
think?
Yep.
They did a beautiful job restoring the little, was it Dry Woody that
Little
comes
Woody?
through there?
Yeah.
I think it's Dry
Dry
Woody.
Woody, yeah.
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 They did a really nice job.
I like that.
That's one worth checking out, yeah.
Yeah.
If you can get on the property.
Well, we have some overlap in the project we're working on with some of the design coming off of that.
Yeah.
And really, there's an opportunity there. I mean, the
Shot is their
historic agricultural uses of these valley ranches, when they were originally homesteaded and through the uses of most of the 1900s, the downstream effects of whatever they were doing to the water there never really occurred to them. It was, how do we make grass grow and cows be able to eat? Without, I mean, as a species, we're really awful at forecasting things, I've noticed. And so doing what's best for us right now in front of us usually doesn't ultimately pay off. So I think it's cool to see some of these things and the effects that have happened over time. And one of the great things I thought about doing a little research about healthy rivers and streams to this point is the beaver part of it and how important that is, right? It's like, when I grew up, we had that mentality. We grew up with the mentality.
Interviews, he said beaver.
Yeah, he's in.
About damn
We
time.
Yeah, but I mean, we grew up on a ranch, and it was like the beaver cut the trees down. Like that's a problem. We got to deal with the beaver. But I mean, that is just a perfect example of having no foresight to what
I was thinking
actually
more about
the
golf
effects of doing
courses
something.
not realizing the fertilizer all runs into the river and then flows downhill to the next golf course,
Yeah.
to the next one.
And speaking of Bogelbees, I mean, you guys probably talked to Chuck plenty of times, but, you know, he remembers when there was no algae in the Roaring Fork River from top to bottom, you know, and it's just, the ecology has completely changed.
Yeah, yeah.
And it goes back to the first question, you know, climate change has a part of it. We grew corn in the San Luis Valley. When we first planted it, people there thought we were absolutely insane because it was never, the growing season never worked. But it's changed, by my estimate, 30 days. And that's substantial, right?
Yeah, yeah.
So
Yeah.
things are changing.
I grew corn in my window box here in Aspen, and people thought I was crazy. I actually got more earwigs than I did corn.
Yeah.
But it grew.
Yep. Corn's pretty cool.
Thanks, Rio.
Absolutely.
Right.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for joining
stepping
us.
up.
And again, apologies for our
No
schedule.
apologies needed. Important stuff.
And hearing that other discussion was pretty interesting.
It was. I like to hear it firsthand because you get it on the news and it's easy to like kind of tune it out a little bit, and seeing the real world effects is pretty eye-opening for sure.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Enjoy your
Have a
afternoon.
good afternoon
Yeah.
and evening.
So it is 3:30 or 4:30. We are doing future agendas, which for those of you following at home, it's page 55 of your docket. And there's a specific question, which is water fluency is conflicting with the entire world. So specifically on the 21st of May, Francie Jacober and Jeffrey Woodruff are both at the water fluency, and it's like a 9 to 11, then an 11 to whatever. I think I mailed you the agenda. So is there a chance we could move the airport meeting from the 21st to an alternate date that suits everyone's schedule?
So what I would like to propose, what John really is asking for, is that we move really need to come forward with the airport. That is the most
Yeah.
pressing, that we move the airport discussion to the 22nd, which was planned to be the Toclat day in which the board would have their retreat. You all would do working agreements and the DIS training. So rather than that, we would propose to move the special meeting for the airport to May 22nd. It would be here in this room. We would work with Grassroots to have it broadcast, and then we will work to find another day. We'd probably be looking in June or something for the Toclat DIS training.
I think I'm good for the 22nd, but I don't have my calendar in front of me. So I'll double check on that.
And I can't, of course, Charlotte left. I can't remember the time that we had talked about for the
Better be
22nd.
afternoon,
Was
I
it the
think.
afternoon?
No, it has
For
to be
Toclat,
morning.
it was over lunch.
Okay, so I think we would still be thinking those same timeframes.
Mini retreat at Toclat for the 21st was 9 to 12. We're dumping that, right? That's gone.
No, we had the special meeting for the airport was 9 to 12
On the 22nd.
on the 21st. So
No,
we
on
would
the
want to use the
21st.
morning of the 22nd.
Morning of the 22nd works.
Well, but we don't know if the morning works for everyone because Francie and Kelly are
I did I confirmed with Francie as she walked out, so we can confirm with Kelly, but we did believe that the 22nd, at least for that time frame of Toclat, was working for all 5 commissioners.
But the time frame for Toclat was later in the
Yes.
day.
So we'll
Okay,
confirm.
let's just fine-tune the
Yeah.
timeframe.
Yeah,
Nine-
but
9
it
to
sounds
12.
like we can move forward with it. We'll fine tune the
We're gonna
timeframe.
fine-tune the time frame, Greg,
Wait.
because we don't know if that works for everyone.
There is a CCAT.
We're talking about 9 to 12.
There's a CCAT 11:30 to 1:30. We will miss
No,
it.
we're not. We're talking about finding a time frame that works for everyone.
Yeah, it's a session wrap up. Levi can go to that, and we can do airport. So
So if the board is good with that, I'll work with Charlotte. We'll make sure that
Bill
the
Weiser just called me.
timeframes work, and we'll plan on the airport being on the 22nd.
Now, the 22nd, God, wait, hold on a sec. Did I just get this backwards? What's on the 21st?
use these things.
Nothing. We are now canceling what is on the 21st
Okay.
due to conflicts for the water fluency course.
So that's gone. Sorry, I thought we were switching. So now, the airport thing is going to be at,
On
sometime on the 22nd.
correct.
You know, the next Transportation Coalition meeting that Francie and I plan to be at is 12:30 to 4:30 on that day.
Okay.
So if the retreat or if the airport thing is in the morning, we don't have a problem.
That's you're talking a Thursday?
It's a Thursday.
Yeah.
But the airport one we're talking about, May 22nd, is that a Thursday?
Yep.
Oh, yeah, they're busy they have to be there, remember? That was a stipulation.
So we will confirm that the 9 to 12 will work for
And it
people's
won't be,
schedule
and it
on the
won't be
20.
at Toclat.
It will be here.
Yeah. All right, that can work.
I'll have to look at that date.
That's not an accurate day, is it? No.
It's usually Northwest Cog, but I think we can't, I'll have to look at that date. As I said, I don't have my calendar in front of me.
Okay.
And 9 o'clock is usually a tough one for Kelly to get back from dropping her kids off at school.
Okay. We will confirm times, but plan on the morning of the 22nd.
Got it, at the county building, got it.
So any other questions as far as the agenda
That's
future?
the only future agenda item I have.
I have some.
Patty?
I'm sorry to say, because I'm always the one who said we should attend EOTC meetings, but it is scheduled for the 15th, when I will be in Denver accepting the award for the courthouse. So I've already talked to Linda DePriest about that. Okay, so we're canceling the 21st. We have no pre-joint meeting with City of Aspen discussion time. We usually have that, the City of Aspen joint meeting is scheduled for June 3rd.
Okay.
So sometime prior to that, we need to have time to discuss the agenda items.
We'll get that added in.
Okay. The other thing I would like to ask that we put on our someplace is time every other week or whenever they have the Transportation Coalition meetings, I'd like to have a debriefing the following Tuesday. I really want to know what's being presented at those meetings, and if Francie is speaking for the board there, she needs to know what the board thinks.
Board, does that work for all
If
of you?
it's somebody who schedules agendas, is that okay if we book some time? So
Yeah, I mean, as someone who's the freshman, I would say the time where we're reporting on CCI and CCAT and all that.
that's
is
not
it
frequent
not frequent
enough.
enough?
I think, because they're
These guys are only meeting 40 hours this year. That was sarcasm and snark all in one. Sorry.
Okay, I'm going to backtrack and say I would like it every Tuesday following their meetings.
Their meetings are every other
Well,
week?
I don't know what the schedule is. We've not been privy to that.
So noted.
Thanks.
So City of Aspen on June 3rd, so we need
Yes,
and then.
Kara's writing it down. We need a pre-agenda. Well, we need to discuss, we always have some time set up before that meeting.
And Transportation Committee unbriefing. Made up a new word.
Thank you.
Any other future agenda items? Are we good on future agenda? We can move to open discussion?
Right.
Do you have anything?
I've got a couple things, 3 things. Let me get back to it. Let's see, is it the Mountain Pact sent us a letter that they're getting counties to sign on to, just supporting continued federal management and stewardship of public lands. Charlotte shared it with all of you. That's a reso that they're asking if we would consider writing our own version of it and passing that.
So they're asking us to sign on to a letter or to pass a
Well,
reso?
no, it's a reso,
what I
but it's kind of like their letters that they sent, but yeah, this is a reso. And this is, Charlotte sent it today at 1:30. And then the
Well, I don't
second
have my
thing
computer in front of me, so-
was, hold on, Roaring Fork Watershed Summit, May 15th, 8 a.m. to 3 p.m., Mortgage Commons, Glenwood Springs. Rawapa is putting that on, and we've got a flyer. I think Charlotte may be sending it out to everybody.
We have EOTC that day at 4 o'clock. Is it here? Where's EOTC?
On the 15th, it's at Snowmass Village.
So this will be done at 3. We probably wouldn't want to stay that long. This goes from 8 to 3. That's just an announcement that that's on May 15th. And then the final one is that we're good. That's it.
So, I guess any clarification, Greg, on the resolution is the request to create a resolution?
They actually
or-
sent a draft that several other counties have signed or passed.
What's the game you played when you were a kid and they just fill in the blank?
Right, it's like
Right.
Mad Libs.
I think we need staff would need some direction from the board if that is a path that you
I
all
haven't
wanted
had a
to
chance
go.
to read it because I didn't
review
get
it.
my
Okay,
email during the.
so read it
meeting.
and we'll bring it back.
It seems to me the successful letters we've written in the first 2 quarters were ones where we wrote from a Pitkin County standpoint and wrote what we, as opposed to Mad Libs. It was my
Right.
personal.
Definitely needs modification.
I think the question for the board as you look at it is it's a resolution for the board stating your support for public lands. So it's not
Basically, yes.
It's not
a letter
it's a
that we would
reso
send
that
in.
we have to pass at a regular meeting.
Right.
It's a statement that the board would want to
I just
make.
sent it to you if you don't have it.
So
I need to review it before I can give you direction.
Kelly will want to do
yeah,
that too.
we'll bring that back.
Got it.
Great.
I have open discussion. Is that okay?
Excellent. Was there one other letter that was from
Yeah, let's do that. This one is for,
the Colorado Outdoor Partnership addressing chronic staffing shortages at the U.S. Forest Service, not
In the
creating
same vein.
more? A statement of
This will be our
support for
third.
members of the Colorado Outdoor Partnership?
I didn't receive that one, so.
I don't know what we're supposed to
Let's
do.
have
We've
hard
already
copies
written
here.
one letter. Do we,
Someone gave me a hard copy.
Levi gave us card copies.
There seems like there's some redundancy in all these letters and asks
And
being made
rezos
from
is-
us and reso.
Yeah, I would like to see a copy of our original letter related to this issue along with this one and the reso before I make a decision, so we're not just spreading ourselves too thin. I think our solid support for these issues should be solid.
Especially based on this afternoon's discussion.
Yes, yes.
Okay, we will bring that back in a cohesive.
Great, thank you.
So this is open discussion. We're done with future agendas.
I have one item. Jeffrey, do you?
Please.
And I believe some of you may be aware, but John McBride has resigned from P&Z given his appointment.
Before his first meeting?
Yes.
Yeah, he went to Europe.
So I think the question is, we did have more applicants than positions, or would the board be interested in reopening the application pool for a limited amount of time?
I could share that Jeffrey made a point that still resonates with me, is that it would really be important and valuable to have a rural representative on P&Z. And that still strikes me. And he was the only one. He took Jeffrey's seat, and he was the only one, apparently. So I wouldn't mind. It's been long enough that I wouldn't mind opening it up. In fact, I'd be a proponent of reopening it and seeing if we can pull someone else out of the woodwork from rural parts of the county, because I don't believe the other applicants were rural Pitkin. But I'm
You
not-
did appoint the gentleman from Woody Creek whose name I am forgetting. Joe Mason.
No, okay, so he's rural.
Well, and the thing is, we never put our ads out saying we only want people from rural Pitkin County to apply.
No, that's true.
But it would be nice to see if there's anybody else and to notify the people that we didn't appoint that the seat is open again if they would like us to reconsider them.
Yeah, I think that's smart. It's been long enough.
Okay, we will do that.
Way to do it. Thank you.
That is all I have.
I did have, the one thing I had that I probably might be a little too early is just, I've been part of this group. I mentioned earlier they do a proclamation for July 1st as Albert Schweitzer Day. And I'm going to have them bring it in rather than, but I
Who's
did show
them?
it's a group of people in town you would know, probably most of them, from the Historical Society and the Institute and the Music Fest and the Chapel, Aspen Chapel and Aspen Community Church, and then some other locals. I thought, I'll just have them bring it in, but I wanted to tee it up. So I have a copy of it, which I sent to Charlotte and to John. I'll share it with you too.
I think we should all see it before we decide to proclamate it or not.
Definitely.
Yeah, I'd like to read
Yeah,
it.
that's the point, is we've got a little time. We would do it on the 25th of June, so I'll share it with you, and you can
Okay,
share it with them.
thank you.
Okay, sounds good.
We have a joint meeting with Open Space and Trails coming up. Sorry, this is open discussion. It's sort of agenda related. So June 3rd, we have an upcoming OST BoCC meeting. And
Same day we have City of Aspen joint.
yeah, it's earlier. Yeah. So the question for the board to think about in open discussion is really the bridges, both the expenses and what we want on the agenda with Open Space and Trails. And so I can, in other words, the Brush Creek connection, they're coming back with costs and some other stuff. And so maybe just over the next couple of weeks, can you sit down with either Gary or see if you want that on the agenda, I guess is the question
Well,
from
do
Gary.
they want it on the agenda? Are they ready to
He's-
bring it back?
He's floating, of course, the costs are coming back higher than anyone could imagine,
Yeah.
including the one that would connect Brush Creek across Shale Bluffs.
From the ABC to
Yeah.
those two bridges. I would love to see where they are with it now, but I would also say that I think that, having safe passages and the wildlife crossings on that might be more important to me, because it involves life and property more than the bridges do at this point. And so those have to be on my priority list. So if we're going to do a package deal, I'd want to hear from both.
So I would say that's outside the scope of open space and trails, but relative to vulnerable.
No, they're a big part of that. They could bring it in. I mean, just it's the wildlife crossings, but it's definitely they are. It's going to come through them.
Patty?
I'd like to see what Open Space and Trails wants to put on their joint meeting with us. And then we can see what they have and if their agenda is packed, or if we can add to it, or if they've already addressed some of these issues. I think if anything, the Transportation Coalition should probably be looking at the bridges as part of their planning in the future for helping to take 5,000 cars off the highway. That might be.
Maybe they will be. We don't know.
So I would like to see where Open Space and Trails is on that. They may or may not be ready to bring it back to us at this time. They may already have decided their agenda. We don't know that. So generally, when we do agendas, we let them kind of bring stuff to us. So this is kind of with City of Aspen or Snowmass Village, when we have joint meetings, we create a mutual agenda. In this case, they usually bring back to us. So I'd like to see where they are in the process. And if they want our input and ideas, great, we can submit them to them and we can figure it
Definitely
out.
want
But
our
we have
input.
limited time and a lot of it's exec
So
session.
I'll flag that for tomorrow. We're doing future agendas.
Yeah, and we can also
Yeah.
just work with open space and trails staff and just say that the board has an interest and maybe it's a 5-minute update is all that they can, you all may have time for, and it's a future discussion at a future joint meeting, or see where they're at. But yeah, to Patty's point, they usually have items that they want to bring forward to you.
Again, I think they're floating whether we should bring it back. It was sort of a get the sense from the board where the board is in terms of bridges.
I have some open discussion. The Emma Caucus meeting, which is scheduled for the 6th of May. No, it's not, that's today. I can't remember when it's scheduled
12th.
for, Jeffrey.
It's the 12th.
It is.
Is it a Saturday?
That
or
would
is
be
it
a Monday.
It's a Monday?
Yeah, I'm sorry. So Emma Caucus is Saturday, May 17th at 3 p.m. at the home of Dan and Carolyn Ship.
Mm-hmm.
May 17th, 3 p.m.
So, they wanted to have a presentation on the 2050 plan, so we have staff that can attend that.
I will work in finding staff that can
Because
attend.
Francie agreed that somebody from staff, I mentioned it to Francie when she told me she wouldn't be here for open discussion. So, and I think we should notice it under our, just in case 3 of us show up. It's usually a great meeting to go to. I just am not sure what's happening on the 17th.
Okay. Yeah, we'll coordinate offline, and I also know Stacy from the caucus is very active with the work group, and we have a work group meeting tomorrow, so I will
Okay.
also touch base with her on what they're thinking they need.
Thanks. So that's kind of an agenda, future agendas and open discussion. But open discussion, I don't know if either one of you read the article in yesterday's Aspen Times, page 10, I believe. It was from the Colorado Sun about farmer health issues, farmer rancher. I did not realize statistically that suicide rates for farmers and ranchers in our state are 2% higher than the general population. That is significant. The federal government, in all their wisdom, has cut funding for programs with the Western States Farmers Association, I think it is. It's really a good article to read, gentlemen. I don't know how we can help her be involved. It's a question for Steve Child, who I think sits on the national farmers, and he's probably involved in the Western States one also. They're looking at some other opportunities to continue to fund the program. It's pretty significant, and I also believe it's Mental Health Month, so it's ironic that the feds would cut mental health funding in the middle of Mental Health Month. But I think it's something that we should try and at least express our interest in. I will try and gather more information. The Colorado Sun article, as they usually do, was really a great article. It is by coincidence that with the taking of his life of Casey Pescura, one of our local sustainable farmers. His family has set up the Casey's Farmer Fund, which the priority will be mental health funding, along with physical health, dental health, vision health, family emergency. The program, and they're applying for 501c3. Again, I'll bring it back to the board when the information is more concrete, to see how Pickett County might be able to support this effort to help with the issues that face our local farmers and ranchers. Thank you.
Any other open discussion?
For me.
So the only other update I have is I did meet with Betsy Bear, who's the staffer for Jeff Hurd, and that was a week ago Friday, but we didn't meet last week. And so I was the one elected official in the room advocating Pickett County's view in terms of Medicaid. So I want to thank Sam and Dustin. I spoke with Dustin, who's Rocky Mountain Health.
So what is Pickett County's stance on Medicaid?
I will send you my 4 bullets that I shared with
Can you just tell me now so the
Betsy.
public can hear what Pickett County's stance is, since
Yeah,
I don't
of course
know.
they left it off the document. Come back to me in 1 second because I don't want to be misquoted. But we were the only commissioner in the room, which was kind of fascinating. You put me on the spot, Patty. Thank you. So we shared 4 points with Betsy, again, Jeff Hurd staff. So the recommendations for Representative Hurd were support Medicaid eligibility protections and outreach to minimize procedural disenrollments, maintain federal Medicaid matching funds, and oppose block grants or per capita caps that limit flexibility in rural crises. Champion rural provider support to stabilize hospitals and clinics facing higher uncompensated care burdens. And 4th, recognize Medicaid as workforce infrastructure, supporting employment, health access, and community resilience.
So those are the 4 points of Pickett Counties? Okay.
That was, and again, that was working with John and Lindsay and Sam and Dustin. So basically, we got a consensus view going into that meeting. And
From them, but not from us, but I agree with what they came up with.
that was what I gathered from the community in advance of the meeting. And the feedback from Betsy was very strong, that we gave them strong talking points as opposed to just sort of background on what the problem is. So
I appreciate you going down there.
So.
And the business card. I will be contacting Betsy. I don't want to deviate from your topic because it's of
No.
greatest importance, but.
No, it's really important. I think the reception that Pitkin got in Junction was a really warm welcome, both from Betsy and Riley Scott, so the 2 staffers in the office. And, you know, it was our first time advocating, if you will, outside of this office on behalf of Pitkin. So, again, Hurd's office was exceptional in their.
We did talk about it briefly when I met with the congressman in Washington, but we were more focused on Snowmass Falls and public lands.
Yeah.
But, yeah. And Levi did reach out to Hurd's office, Bennett's and Hickenlooper's about Core and Shred Act.
Mm-hmm.
He hasn't heard back from Hickenlooper's, from Janice, but he heard back from Hillary Henry and from Betsy. And I believe both offices were in support of both Core and Shred, but I didn't ask specifically. I'll check in with Levi to see what and I told him I would reach out to Janice and ask why we haven't heard back from Hickenlooper's, just to try and get something formal.
Okay.
With that and the issues before us with Snowmass Falls. Still trying to get the congressman to go on a hike with us. So I'll have to push that one. His staff is still young and new, and I left a message for his chief of staff in DC on their general line because they don't have a specific to reach him. And it was a month ago. And so I know there's a lot going on in DC, but I'll reach out again if need be. Betsy's great, so
Yeah.
we have a good contact there.
Great.
So, and last thing, we Pitkin did not lobby in support for HB 25-1078, which is forestry and firefighter workforce and education. But on our behalf, Jake Anderson did work with CC4CA and lobby on Pitkin and Aspen's behalf. And that's basically low interest loans for fire protection districts and a home ownership program for first responders. So
Where's the status of the bill?
I do not know.
Because the
Yeah,
session
we got
ends
2 days.
tomorrow.
2 days, yeah.
And the modular home one did pass. It's on its way to the governor, I believe. I'm really concerned about the modular home one, which takes out of the loop.
Local.
Greg, it takes out of the loop electrical, the state electrical, and wildfire.
codes.
No, just, it's electrical, energy, and what was the other one, Jeffrey? Water? No. Plumbing. So they can bypass.
Just drag it in and plug it in and move in.
They don't have to go through any process. And people think it'll make building those homes quicker, faster, but it won't make them safer.
Right, or cleaner, or,
So seeing that you're packing up your backpack, any other
I'm ready to
open
get outta here.
He
discussion?
by the way, Jeffrey doesn't like it when we pack up before the meeting's over. It bothers him.
well, he's
You
taking
did,
his
I don't blame you.
time.
It
It's
bothers
5
you.
o'clock, man. We're
Abby,
running the clock
anything
out
that we
here.
forgot to cover, Abby?
He's looking for things to talk about.
Thank you very much. Motion to adjourn.
You don't need a motion on a work session.
Except to
Everyone
you,
enjoy
boss.
your evening. Strength and honor.
Thank you all.